SnortBucks Kaffee-Bier heißt Sie willkommen zum Snortfest. Beginnend bei das salzige Schwein, Schweinebraterei. Und breitete sich auf Dutzende von SnortBucks Salzbierzelten aus. Snortfest sind 3 Wochen Trinken, Essen und gute altmodische Ausschweifungen. Machen Sie mit. SnortBucks. Willkommen bei Salt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the situation, I suppose. But good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the newsroom and welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report, brought to you by SnortBucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company, as well as Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic. Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, that toxic flavor that never waver. I might have had a little too much of that last night. Anywho. Why are you guys here today? Why are we here today? We are here to talk about Stuttering Craig and the Side Scroller podcast leading up to DSP's appearance. Now, we will be going over Side Scroller podcast from March 1st, which is when they announced that DSP was coming on to the show. And then we're going to talk about March 3rd, the Side Scroll podcast from March 3rd, I should say, where they read DSP's letter. Now, I was wondering if they were going to wait and go over DSP's response to them reading the letter, which also happened on March 3rd as well. Haven't seen that happen. It's been a few days, so we're just going to go ahead and cut to the shit and do this. And, well, it's not shit, but you know what I mean. We'll cut the bullshit out and just go ahead and start this up. And then the next broadcast that you guys should see, should be us going over what DSP said on March 3rd. And at the time that I'm recording this, Agent Proper of the DIA, big ups to him. I had a chance to go over to the DIA offices and got to see what my spaces looks like. It's been a while since I've been in there, and whatever the case may be. And I had a chance to sit down with Proper, had a couple drinks, and he said that the podcast will be happening essentially, and well, at the time that you'll see this and the following broadcast, it'll probably be like literally the next week. So we'll see how that all comes about. But we will essentially talk about how all this started. What is some of the motives, if you will, and how are these people going to handle it? So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my TED Talk. With that being said, the general concept is, I think Stuttering Craig didn't necessarily want this to be an interview. I think he wants to invite people onto the show. They kind of conversate, talk about old times, if you will, whatever the case may be. You find out a little bit about themselves, their experiences, where they're at on their YouTube or Twitch or even their gaming journey. And then, you know, you kind of move on. If there's someone that, you know, kind of seems interesting, or if there's a lot of audience appeal, then it's somebody that you can bring back as a revolving guest, if you will. Sadly, I don't know if that's going to happen with DSP. Here's the thing. Whatever nostalgia, if you will, that maybe Stuttering Craig has for DSP is gone, if it ever existed at all. Keep in mind, these guys met each other at a convention that DSP had to ask for permission to go to. It wasn't like he was invited. He had to be asked to, he asked if he could show up and pay for a table or whatever. And they hung out for a day or two. That's it. There's really not too much history between the two of them outside of that. It's just being cordial, if you will, for the most part. It's not like they sat down and had any deep conversations with each other. It's not like they exchanged numbers or email addresses and had correspondence or whatever. They met one time like over 10 years ago, and that was it. With that being said, Stuttering Craig and the Side Scroller podcast, or the people on there, I should say, have no clue what has happened at DSP over the many years. He has fallen into the depths of lolcaldom. He's infamous. He's not someone who holds any real credibility on anything. He's someone who bitches and complains about minute shit because he can't do the basics. Watching, I think honestly, as he has mentally devolved in some ways, or deteriorated, so has his gameplay, everything that's kind of gone along with it. He spends more time talking, and I think he prefers to spend more time talking than playing games, because playing games has become too much. I'm not saying there's a physical toll to it, because that's kind of laughable, even though, carpal tunnel as well as other things could be a thing. But I think honestly, he just can't do gaming anymore. He can't, or he couldn't compete in the FGC anymore. Like mentally he wasn't there no more. He was hated, what I'm saying, or he's certainly disliked to the point where he really wasn't wanted, or no one saw a need for him to be around, and he couldn't compete at that level anymore. There were people that were coming in that were younger, smarter, or just better seasoned, if you will, and they were just cleaning him up. He was wasting his time, and he was just kind of embarrassing himself. And because he didn't have any forethought on what could have been down the line for the FGC later, meaning going in the commentary and doing other stuff that didn't require him to be in the limelight, he just faded out. He comes to YouTube, and there's a lot of debate on whether his gameplay or really his attitude is really the things that drew people to him. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because whatever that is isn't there anymore, to be honest. And now he has proven himself to be an utter failure as it pertains to DSP Gaming. He's no longer wanted in a financial sentiment, if you will, on Twitch. So he's stuck on YouTube, where this is where, all the sharks are. This is where all the killer whales are. This is Goutopia. This is the Goutaseum, right? This is where all the killers are. When he was on Twitch and he thought he was safe, he could go ahead and spew his bullshit and his superiority, until Tevin ended up getting back on and was allowed to come over there, and then he ended up getting his managed partner, and then all of a sudden things got fucked up for DSP. Actually, ironically enough, if you really go back and look at your timeline, Tevin being invited back to the platform and then given monetization and then given a partner manager, or whatever the case may be, really led to the decline of DSP, which is even more ironic because it was DSP's fault that Tevin ended up getting dropped off of Twitch in the first place. And I know it's still up to speculation, and no one really knows. Let's be honest, it was DSP. DSP had a bunch of those fucking minions over there go ahead and report Tevin, Tex, Bill Purnell. They took down like 4 channels, actually. It wasn't just 3, it was 4. Because Bill Purnell and Tex had they had like a joint channel. I think it was called Bill and Ted. But anyway, it was like 4 channels. And, or 3 or 4 channels, let's say that, just to be on the safe side. And DSP had all that taken down. I think DSP had people report all those channels, and then because he was a partner manager, because he was being coddled and all that bullshit, he came in and he gave one more report, probably something bullshit, and it was enough to clean all those guys up. So it was ironic, and that right there leads to Tevin really ramping up his restreams on YouTube, which ends up leading to the landscape we're at now. And then when Tevin gets invited back on, right, because he built up this body of work for himself on YouTube, DSP ends up eventually losing everything slowly but surely, and then ends up getting bumped off financially. That's hilarious. Anyway, that's a story that, maybe Stuttering Craig can get DSP to tell. How DSP made all these enemies with people, and then he ended up getting the short end of the stick in the long run. Because that's how it always works with DSP. DSP only, quote-unquote, catches his little wins or his little W's in the beginning. In the end, though, he always loses. And his survivability, in air quotes, means not a goddamn thing when the guy can't do anything. Just like Wings. Wings can't do anything. If Rich lost everything, let's take Review Tech USA, for example. If he lost everything tomorrow, what's he going to do? He's been online for years. Whatever tech expertise or whatever he has is probably outdated. You know what I'm saying? This is what happens when you have spent all this time on the internet, and for most people, you don't learn nothing. And that's where DSP is. So there's nothing endearing about DSP being online for long periods of time. He's stuck here. He's stuck here. And more importantly, he's stuck with whoever it is that's willing to tolerate him. The man has no value. I mean, let's at the time that I'm recording this right now, DSP Gaming isn't even pulling in 650,000 views a month. It's barely pulling 650,000 views a month. That's wild. Because before I went on hiatus 2 years ago, he was barely scraping 900,000. So you see how he's just in this steady decline? So I wonder what Stuttering Craig's going to say about that, if he even goes that far into it. Anywho, that's what our situation is today. We're going to go over the initial proposal on March 1st. We're going to go over the letter on March 3rd. And then in the next broadcast, we'll see what DSP has to say about the letter, which was also on March 3rd, later on that day. And then once the actual podcast comes out, you know me, I'm always late, never breaking. So I'll eventually get on that and see what's what. But there's a bunch of very talented detractors out there you can listen to in the meantime and get your fill on that. No pun intended. But I initially don't think anything's going to come out of this podcast. Or this interview. I think DSP will lie his way through it as he'll do with anybody else. He doesn't know Stuttering Craig. He doesn't know anybody on that podcast, not personally. He has no qualms about lying to those people. It doesn't hurt him. It doesn't bother him. What does he have to lose? You know what I mean? How far are they really going to go back and check? DSP has told you for many years, do 5 minutes of research and you'll find that all the things that people say about him is a lie. You do 5 minutes of research, you're going to find out that this guy's a fucking scumbag, and why hasn't he been deplatformed before? And I only say deplatformed because that's something that DSP has advocated for. That's something that DSP has done behind the scenes and even admitted to some extent. To do what? Protect some fucking lame-ass YouTube channel that he had to take out business loans to keep up, to prop up. And then ended up going into bankruptcy over it, over a YouTube channel. Over a free platform that he made over $2 million on, never invested anything really into it, and yet he had to take a business loan to keep the business afloat, i.e., or AKA, to go ahead and keep his lifestyle up while hopefully YouTube does everything in its power to elevate him to get back to where he was. There's a lot of questions, a lot of fantastic questions that Stuttering Craig could ask. I don't think he's going to ask all of them. But we'll see. But that's why you guys are all here. And, let's go ahead and get into the situation. I don't smell no bacon cooking. So let's go ahead and get into that. And I'll see you guys in just a second. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
One other change, and I didn't get a chance to even tell you guys this, but one thing that I would like to do, and starting this Friday, is I would like to keep the show here on YouTube on Friday. I think that there is incentive to making a Patreon exclusive show, but I think for us to truly have the cultural impact that we want to have, we need to make this show available Monday through Friday. And I'll figure out a way to make the Patreon incentive that much more. as opposed to having an exclusive show on Friday. But I think there's ways we can tie patrons in to maybe the Friday show that were suggested in the comments last week, which were really great suggestions. But I would like to make the show public to everybody on Friday to have its maximum possible reach, and I think that's important to do that. So yeah, just kind of wanted to throw that out there for you guys into all the G2s.
So that just kind of gives you an idea of what they're trying to build, right? So as it pertains to anybody asking, what is your thoughts on them, having DSP on and what's the value in that, if there is any? I guess you could look at it as two different fronts. But first things first, ladies and gentlemen, this right here, this particular segment is from the Side Scroller podcast from March 1st of 2023. The link will be down in the description. It's actually called the G2 podcast, by the way. Or it's also called the G2 podcast. So, like I said, the link to that one will be down in the description, as well as the second part. All right, so my initial thoughts on this. He's trying to build a show up, and you do that through based around what the show is, obviously, and the nostalgia factor that people may or may not have. DSP at one time or another, for good or bad, was a name in the gaming community. He's not now. He's a joke. You know what I'm saying? He's infamous. He's been dunked on by everybody of relevancy, certainly. But Stuttering Craig and these people don't know that. These people are not familiar with what lolcalism is, or the lolcal kingdom, if you will. This is uncharted territory. But they don't know that. And even then, your average person, for good or bad, wants to see the good in people, right? Like, they may know of some of DSP's antics, or they may have heard or seen some memes float around on Twitter, as that usually happens. But people generally want to see the good in people. And so, especially in this day and age, people are going to be resistant to any type of negativity or any negative following that a person may have, or even a group or a show or whatever. And in a lot of ways, if you look at like Velma, for example, like, you can profit heavily off of being utter shit, through being fundamentally bad. DSP can't do that because he's an idiot, which has been proven. Hate watchers will throw money at you to keep you dancing, obviously. You saw that with Wings for a number of years. He finessed $25,000 plus out of his audience. You saw that with Ethan Ralph for a long-ass time. You saw that for a long-ass time. You've seen DSP profit, but he never really profited, I think, in the way that other lolcals figured out a way to do so. And then at the end of the day, you can put Queen/King, whatever, Keffels at the top of that heap, pulling $100K out of people on bullshit, on obvious bullshit. Point being is that there is money to be made, and if one can really get their audience, or get their show, get their product out there into the mainstream, or at least get it help it build some following, or to gain a following, then that's one way of doing it, I would say. I think as it pertains to DSP, I have no problem with them stepping on his neck to elevate themselves. That's what DSP is. He's a stepping stone. That's all he's ever going to be. You know what I'm saying? So I have no initial problem with it. I just think that you just have to be careful with what you say. They're clearly not going to be detractors, right? Trolls, haters, or critics. They're just here to see what DSP has to say. If they can drum some of his audience in, if they can even bring some of the detractors, trolls, critics, and haters in, or whatever the case may be, if they can bring some of them in, then great. Maybe that, and they're hoping that what they produce is good enough that maybe some of those people decide to stick around. But I wouldn't expect there to be any long-term commitment with Darksydephil, because that never works out for anybody, to be honest. But I want you to think about it that way, at least a little bit, like the human aspect. You know what I mean? These are people who have no clue what lolcalism is. At least not to any real extent, I should say. Maybe they're... who knows what they watch and what they don't watch. But clearly, if they knew what this shit was, they might have avoided it, to be honest with you. It would have made sense, I think. There's other people out there that you can bring in from gaming communities and bring them on the show and really help elevate the show. Darksydephil is probably not the first choice. I could see him being in the top like 20, but I don't know if he'd be the first choice. But anyway, whatever. I just want you guys to kind of give the human aspect, the human concept of all this. Keep that in mind as you're watching some of this. Here we go.
So
I find it kind of fascinating that our audience is almost segregating themselves over to YouTube for our side scroller show.
yes,
And yeah,
absolutely,
it's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's good. I'd much rather have a lot of folks in one basket from a YouTube perspective, because that's good for the algorithm, right?
Right.
But I do want to make sure that it's available to as many folks as possible over on Twitch as well for those. And I did also want to give you guys an update on some future guests we're going to have on the show here in the next few weeks as we enter March. We are now 2 full weeks into Side Scrollers. How exciting is this?
2-week anniversary, guys.
Yeah. Episode 11, going to 11 here on Side Scrollers. So coming up very, very soon, within the next week, we will have James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, will be co-hosting with us for one episode. It'll be very exciting. We're going to talk about some classic stuff. I got a bunch of good stuff. I know James for a long ass time, and he's excited to come on and be a part of the show. So James Rolfe, the AVGN. Also, a G2 named Captain Agent will be joining us, and Travis is going to coordinate with Captain Agent on this. But he's going to be joining us from Super Nintendo World, and just like how you, Adam, yesterday were in the Destiny 2 world, he's going to be giving us updates from Super Nintendo World in LA live on the spot during the show. So it's going to be very cool.
Actually, he messaged me yesterday, and we're going to work it out today that I'm going to help him test things out, make sure everything's working. So beautiful.
I'm really looking forward to that. So we all get to go to Super Nintendo World. That'll be here as well. And this has not been announced at all. So I'm actually very intrigued to see how the G2s are going to take to this. But I have booked a guy. I've known him for a long time. Haven't spoke to him in a long time. But he was a very early on. He was a.
So isn't it fair to say that you've known of him? Then you can actually say that you know him, right? Like let me give you an example. Like, I mean, I guess I could use any detractor to be honest with you, but I mean, let's use Secret Limited. I know of Secret Limited. I don't know Secret Limited. I've never spoken to him. You know what I'm saying? I know of him. So I can't say that I have history with someone who I've never met or I've never never spoken to. You know what I'm saying? I just know of him. I don't know. Like maybe this is just like a little pet peeve. It's just weird. I mean, I understand the whole concept of it from a social standpoint. You're trying to establish a bridge with your audience to let you know, like, you have some type of connection to the person that you're about to bring onto the show or whatever. It just seems like come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, have you really spoken to DSP over the last decade or so? Really?
Member of the Screw Attack community. And after Screw Attack, I think even during Screw Attack, he went on and became a content producer. But more people know him as a meme now. He's kind of a meme lord, and he's kind of an edge lord. Coming up within the next few weeks,
meme lord and an edge lord. Okay, that's not exactly how I would describe him, but I guess that's an interesting way of watering him down. Yet again, I'm assuming that all of this is done for his audience, right? For their audience, I'm sorry. I'm assuming that's what that is. Like, I think, first off, there's a difference between being a meme lord and an edge lord, and DSP doesn't fit in any of those qualifications. I don't think he ever really did. So, anyway, I don't know. Maybe he's just doing that for the sake of the show. Maybe he's doing that to try to help DSP out. He's not trying to bury him completely. I don't know. But, all right, we'll see.
We will have Darksydephil on Side Scrollers, which anybody who knows the words the letters DSP will be like, oh shit. So this should be fun because he has quite the detractors when online, and it should be a very very interesting conversation. So, have you guys ever heard of Darksydephil before?
Yes.
I have not.
I've heard, but I've never
it sounded
seen
familiar, but I'm like, I'm searching my memory banks. I have no idea. I probably recognize the meme.
So Phil, like I said, I've known him for, since like the early Screw Attack days, long time, decade and a half, but I haven't like known him, right? Known of him. And I was always like nice and cordial to him. He's always been like nice in person when I met him. He was at live events we used to do and stuff, but people hate him online. Like,
and that's another thing too. First off, for those of you who are actually watching this, like, I understand a lot of people play in the background or whatever the case may be, but for those of you who are watching, pay attention to body language and facial expressions and whatnot. That's going to be a big tell on people. That's going to be a huge tell on people. But as it pertains to, holy shit, like it really kind of paints the picture. First off, on how familiar that they are with this individual, right? With DSP and some of his antics, or his lack thereof, if you will. And as it pertains to how Stuttering Craig was explaining Screw Attack, the convention, like, DSP is one of these people who takes the smallest bit of, really it's just being cordial, to be honest with you, and he kind of takes overboard. Now, let me try to explain a little bit. When you meet a person for the first time, right? There's usually, depending on how much of their rep, if you're meeting someone completely out of the blue, I guess I should say, or if you're being introduced to someone by like a friend or whatever the case may be, there's going to be a level of what's the word I'm looking for? You're generally gonna. Both of you are going to go in with a positive attitude, yeah? There's no reason that I should be wary of you. There's no reason why I need to be disrespectful of you. Even if I've heard bad things about you, I may want to go ahead and make my own, or come up to my own conclusion and have my own opinion on it. At least that's what people tell themselves. Of course, if your friend says, yeah, this guy, he's an alright guy, but he's a bit of a dick, or this, that, and the third, that's still is still going to circulate in your mind as you're talking to this person and moving on. So you can be tainted in that way. But when you're initially meeting someone or being introduced to someone or whatever the case may be, being nice off the rip is just the thing. It's a social thing that we do, right? It's a mannerism, if you will, to some degree. What I found with locals especially is they take that a little too far, in that this person's being really nice to me, or this person's just being nice to me, they must really like me. You know what I'm saying? And that right there, and the way people cling on to that seems really weird to me, I guess. From a social standpoint, if you've had a lot of interaction with people, you kind of learn how to read people, right? And you learn how to kind of move in these type of in that type of environment and in these type of situations. People like DSP, and I'm going to bring up Flamingo, for example, really don't. Like, Flamingo, let me use Flamingo as the example. When he got cool with some of those guys in the commentator community, I think it was really just a lot of them being cordial. I think Augie wanted to like Flamingo, and maybe to even some degree he did. And I think he was willing to overlook stuff. Most people do. A lot of people do, to be honest. But the more that Flamingo became codependent on Augie, and when Augie would challenge him on things, no matter how big or how small, and Flamingo more often than not would just fold, that's telling on your personality. That's telling to who you are. And eventually it can become annoying. I think people like Bo Blacks, I think he wanted to be nice to Flamingo because there's something that I think that Bo Black saw in Flamingo, that maybe a loneliness, or maybe even something that maybe he could identify with, or he saw camaraderie with. So, he wanted to kind of, he wanted to be generous to him as it pertains to his time and just how to, and how he treats people, or how he treated him. I think someone like Nicholas Diorio was just, hey, how you doing? And just kept it moving. I think it was really just an afterthought. I'm not necessarily here to try to be your friend or anything like that. Like, if you want to, talk in Discord or whatever, I'll talk to you. But, like, I'm not going to go out of my way for you. Like, we're not really friends like that. That's something that we have to build. That's something you have to earn. I'm not going to just give that to you. And don't assume, because I'm being nice to you, that, you're already building up the staircase to that. And I think that's something that you find in people, especially people online. Not everybody, but some people online, especially people who are codependent to being online. It's like I think that's how, in their own minds, they try to establish friendships or relationships or whatever the case may be. And I think that it's something that kind of needs to be addressed, because you're gonna set yourself up for failure. You're putting an emphasis on a person a little too much, or you're putting a little too much of an emphasis on a person, and it's gonna burn you, and it may make other people wary of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, just take everything one day at a time, and that's it. It goes back to something that Tevin said a long time ago, where, like, as it pertains to detractors, he said, don't come into the detractor community looking to make friends. And this is obviously coming off of the SOK situation, so it makes a lot of sense if you put that into context. But I think in general, I think that could be used, that could be taken and applied to almost anything. You don't really know who the other person is that you're talking to, whether they're on screen or not. You know what I mean? So you should be careful. Maybe not necessarily, I mean, you should probably be wary too, but you should be careful and don't get yourself too attached. And that's what DSP did. That's what DSP does with people who he feels are, in a position of power or who have influence. That's why he puts the emphasis on sir when he's talking to people of status or of importance on Twitter. And it's lame and it's pathetic. Talk to people like they're fucking people. You putting this emphasis on them, you elevating them and whatnot, thinking that's you being respectful, just kind of comes off as weird. And more often than not, it comes across like clout chasing. Like, for example, if I did speak to Tevin, right? Or Theo or Argent, these are people who, I watched before I ended up stepping onto the court. Do I address each and every one of them as sir? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do I even do that to my peers? You know what I'm saying? It's like this weird type of, it's a weird type of social mannerism that some of these lolcows have, or some of these people who put too much emphasis on people they meet online. And that's what leads to problems, and that's what leads to probably these really long stints of depression, anxiety, and, well, of other things, but just to throw that out there as a thought. So, just something to kind of keep in mind. Like, you know what I'm saying? The guy was nice to DSP once, and DSP thought that was going to carry over for over a fucking decade, despite the fact that DSP never went out of his way, as far as we know, and Craig kind of already confirmed it, to email him or check on him, see how he's doing, like what you normally do with people who you, quote-unquote, Phil, have established, relationships with. He never did that. He did something similar, actually, with Machinima. For any of you guys who follow the Machinima saga, he had met one of the head guys as it pertains to Machinima partnerships. Not Hutch, but someone else who was actually working in the partnership department. He met him at some type of event like 3 years prior, right? They struck up a conversation, maybe talked for a little bit, and that was it. When DSP got himself into some shit, he goes ahead and emails the guy 3 fucking years later and expected the guy to actually kind of remember him. Like, the guy was going to have total fucking recall and be like, oh yeah, you were that one guy who waddled up to me smelling like spam and we talked for a minute. Use your fucking head. Like, if you're DSP and you think that you really are establishing relationships or contacts with people or whatever, you usually keep up with those people in some type of way, shape, or form. You don't just meet them, establish some type of link, and then, oh, well, I don't need you now. I'll come back to you when I need you. That's not how that works. Even as acquaintances, that's not necessarily how that works. But yet again, this is what happens, at least in DSP's, in the realm of DSP. This is how he views people. People are only to be used. I've told you this before. It's utilitarianism. If you don't have a purpose, you're in the way. He only thinks of people when they can be used, and that's it. If not, fuck off. So if this Stuttering Craig situation don't work with side scrollers, wait and see the sneak dissing and all the bullshit DSP is going to do on that, because he's done it to other people before. But this is what happens when you put too much emphasis on the really small things. You know what I'm saying? Like, if these people, if Stuttering Craig is someone that you really have a lot of respect for, why haven't you in the last decade reaching out to the guy on Twitter, be like, hey, this is such and such, how you doing? And vice versa. I mean, let's be honest, like, let me not be an asshole about it. Stuttering Craig didn't reach out to DSP as far as we know, and if he did, his email ended up going into the spam box, or if it was a DM and DSP didn't recognize it, he probably just ignored it. So just something to think about as DSP puts this fucking huge emphasis on him and Stuttering Craig's non-existing fucking relationship.
They hate Darksydephil. Oh, Blab, do you see him? You know him?
I've been Googling.
Right. So this should be really, really interesting to see how the show goes. So that'll be in the coming weeks. And he was actually like, I don't want you to promote it ahead of time, because if you do, you're going to get bombarded by people who are just going to come in your chat. And it's like, but
here's one thing. I'm kind of glad he brought that up. So you're promoting the show, or you're having this guest on the show, and the guest doesn't want you to promote it. Why? Why would the guest want to hinder your show? It's not DSP's show. It's your show. It's the Side Scroller Podcast. Why would he want to hinder that with his appearance if DSP wasn't looking for an exit strategy? If he wasn't looking for a way out, or he wasn't looking to manipulate the situation to get himself in? Because hypothetical Hypnosis, our favorite game. If I could convince somebody, let's say someone invites me onto a podcast or whatever the case may be. If I told them, oh, well, don't announce me. Like, wait until the last possible minute to say anything about anything or whatever. And let's say they concede to that. Let's say they were like, okay, well, sure, why not? It seems weird, I guess. Like, what's the point of having a podcast if you can't promote it? But whatever. Or what's the point of having a guest on a podcast if you can't promote it? But whatever. All right, fair enough. If I can get you to do that, as small as that is, and we just talked about focusing on the small stuff, right, Cat? Womp womp. If I can convince you to do that, then what else can I convince you of doing? Honestly. Like, if I can convince you to do that, let's say you were like, okay, well, we could consider doing that. What's your reasoning? Why is it that you don't want us to promote it? If I can give you some type of story that kind of resonates with you in some way, shape, or form, or even you're like, seems kind of excessive, but I guess, sure, why not? Especially if I'm not familiar with you, or if you're not familiar with me. Okay, well, fair enough. If I can get you to concede to that, then I can probably get you to concede to something else. Well, the live chat's on and everything like that, right? And say, you're probably getting super chats or super stickers or super chats or super stickers is really what I guess I'm looking for. Well, anything that's pertaining to me, hold off until the end of the show, or towards the end of the show. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying don't acknowledge it. Just say that, anything that's pertaining to the guest, we'll save that for after the show. But anything else we can address right then and there. Yet again, that's kind of fucking with people's money at this point. So I'm already fucking with the promotion of your show. Now, hypothetically, I'm not saying DSP has done this, but I'm just saying, if I can get you to do that, I could probably get you to do this too. If I can save any super chats or super stickers that directly are addressed to me until after the show. If I can get you to do that, then what else can I get you to do? Maybe as the weeks, let's say if this is weeks upon weeks out, who's to say I can't sit there and induce my paranoia or my pignosis on you and be like, you know what? I'm getting kind of nervous about the situation and everything, man, and I don't know where this is going to go, and there are people plotting on me all the time and shit. And, is it possible we could do maybe like a pre-recorded type thing? Well, come on, Phil. This is a podcast. You could record a podcast, obviously, but we do it live. We do it live on Twitch, and this is why I'm trying to put the emphasis on DSP is not banned from Twitch. He's just demonetized off Twitch. He can't make any money over there outside of tips. We do the live show on Twitch, and then it shows back up on YouTube, later on. Why does it need to be what are you worried about? Oh, well, there's a lot of guys on YouTube who don't like me. Well, it's held on Twitch, so it's no big deal. Right, Phil? Well, I don't know, because, they used to harass me on Twitch, and that's the reason why I lost allegedly, that's the reason why I lost my managed partnership over there, and I don't know. I feel comfortable if maybe we could have this pre-recorded. Now, if you're stuttering Craig, you're thinking, fuck, man, I already know that you're being fucking extra about this bullshit, but I kind of got you locked in on this interview, and I don't want to do anything to blow it. Fuck. Shit. All right, well, let me talk to the other guys and see what's what. But do you guys kind of see my point? I'll finish my analogy up here. But do you see my point? If I can hit you at one little thing like that, then I can keep going if given on a long enough timeline. And I think that's what happened with quartering. Because the quartering is a lot of things. A lot of things. But he's not necessarily fucking stupid. He's certainly not as stupid as people think he is. To be honest, I'm not saying he's cunning, but he's definitely not as stupid as he wants people to believe he is, because that makes him. He thinks that makes him harmless. But if you know his fucking history, he's not harmless. Anyway, the quartering's not dumb, in that he would have made far more money if the interview between him and DSP were live. Did any of you guys ever think of why that interview happened the way it did and when it did? If I remember correctly, the quartering was sick as a fucking dog that day. And DSP wanted the whole damn thing he didn't want it live. So if you're the quartering, then you're thinking, or quarter pounder, you're thinking, well, what the fuck, man? If he has I'm just assuming here, but he has all these fucking demands and he doesn't even want to do the damn thing live. And well, fuck it, dude. I don't need to fucking do it on his time. He can do it on my time. I'm sick. I don't really give a shit anyway, because I'm not going to get nothing out of this outside of getting over on Rich. Fuck it. Hey, man, I'm not feeling too good right now, but we can go ahead and do the interview now because it's pre-recorded. And DSP took it. Because Quartering was sick, and because he's probably on some medication, it's going to make him docile. Because of that, it's easier to go ahead and get what I want with little to no resistance, and what's the quartering really going to do? And that's essentially, I'm guessing, what happened. I'm guessing that's what was happening. Because if that bitch was live, if their interview was live, if it was on stream, and all the ways of monetizing in a live type of show or situation was available, quartering wouldn't have done that sick. He'd have made sure he was tip-top healthy. He may have even laid off the box wine for a little while to make sure he was in shape, so he can go ahead and have that interview. There's a difference. Like, that's just obvious. So keep that in mind as we move on and navigate our way through this, okay?
Awesome. Because what I want to do with him is I just want to talk to him about his status as a meme lord and just being a meme and everything that goes along with it. And he has this like try hard nature, and people like, I don't know, he's kind of like the internet's whipping boy. So it'll be really interesting to kind of talk to him about it and have an open, honest conversation about it. So we'll see where that goes.
Didn't he get his start on the internet back when it was like, everybody said outrageous things just to get attention, and it was kind of like a competition back then? I
don't know.
I just remember a few.
I get where he's coming from with that, where he's like, everybody just out there for shock value, essentially, which is the lame ass excuse that Wings of Redemption uses, or Jordy Jordan. First off, DSP being a meme lord and he's the internet's whipping boy. I don't know if there's too much hide to whip off of him. That's why we cut bacon up around here. But that's neither here nor there. If you've heard some of the vile bullshit that DSP has said about other people, it's what goes around comes around. In that, if you're going to sit there and target people for the dumbest shit, then one would expect that shit's going to come back on you. Like, DSP has really treated people like absolute garbage for no reason. Like, you know what I'm saying? I understand his whole fucking Christian values and all that bullshit that doesn't really apply to him, because if that was the case, Phil, if you really had the religious values that you have, and I'm not going to fucking get into some theological fucking argument or discussion as it pertains to that, because there's so many fucking holes in what you do and what you quote unquote preach. It's I mean, we're both going to go to hell anyway. It's just, I'm just going to be in a higher level than you. But the point being, or lower level really, no, you're going to be on the lower level. You'll be closer you'll be closer to fucking Satan's asshole than I will. Now that I think about it. But anyway, as long as I get air conditioning in my room, I'm okay. But point being is that DSP has everything DSP got. Everything that DSP's been getting. He deserves it. He asked for it, to truth be told. He challenged people and thought that it was going to be a bluff, thought that they were going to bitch out or whatever the case may be, and they didn't. Just like in the FGC. You don't develop a reputation like DSP for no fucking reason. It's almost unheard of. Almost. And there's a lot of interesting lolcows out there on a lot of bullshit. And DSP will tell you that he's being crucified daily. I still think that back in the day, Wings had it worse. I just think it was funny. I think a lot of people do. But I think a lot of people think it was a lot more entertaining when Wings was getting fucked with than it was with DSP. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's nobody out here breaking into DSP's house. I'm not trying to give anybody any ideas, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Disclaimer. But no one's sitting there breaking into his house. No one's fucking with his vehicle. You know what I'm saying? It's none of that. You're online. You chose this. And you chose to spew whatever bullshit that you wanted to on this platform or online in general. You deserve you're going to basically take whatever you give. Essentially. Because there were plenty of times, there were plenty of opportunities where DSP could have shown that he was a decent individual. A decent human being, as he likes to call it. And he couldn't do that. When he fucks up, you guys are taking it out of context. You guys are emphasizing it to make me look bad. You guys are wrong. You guys are evil. When he does it, I misinterpreted the situation. I didn't necessarily understand what was going on. You can't hold that against me. I made a mistake just like everybody else made a mistake. I'm only human, dude. Hypocrisy, I tell you. Hypocrisy.
And particular back then that went about things like that. So there was just a culture of the internet back then.
So there are
back to my original point. As it pertains to the whole shock jock shit or whatever. There's probably a lot of people who did a lot of edgy shit or a lot of crazy shit or whatever, and they grew from it. And that's the thing. That's the real emphasis when you look at DSP and Wings, for example. First off, Wings is a fucking idiot. You let fucking Kyle and you let fucking Woody let you sit there and say all that crazy ass shit, and look what you have to show for it. They let you essentially take all of the personal and social risks by saying all that wild nonsense, and not neither one of them motherfuckers had ever thought about coming to you after the show and be like, you know, man, maybe you shouldn't have said that. Or, hey, man, what the fuck you think you're doing, dude? What kind of longevity are you going to have afterwards? The show benefited. Your trolls benefited, and they benefited, but you didn't. That's fucking crazy to me. And then here's the thing. If these dudes were really your friends, right? And I got to admit, Kyle did a lot for you. He did a lot for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Kyle must have cared for you in some way, shape, or form. Woody got over on you on a bunch of different ways. And that's your fault, I guess. But then again, if Woody was your man, and you said you looked at Woody as a father figure, which is, I mean, you guys are kind of around the same age, I think, but whatever. I guess. If you have put him on that pedestal, one would think that he'd be looking out for your best interest in some way, shape, or form. You would think. But I honestly think that camping trip, that whole outdoor shit they had, I don't know if Kyle was completely in on it, but I think Woody was. I think Woody was testing you. I think Woody set up that whole trip with the expectation that you might bitch out. Because it's really funny that when the money really started to come in was when you got kicked off that show. Which was completely and totally because you fucking left Woody and Kyle out in the fucking cold when you were supposed to go out there on that trip. So, in a lot of ways, I could make the argument that Woody kind of set you up. But in the end, you fucked yourself over. And you fucked yourself over in more ways than one. And I think as it pertains to like a sponsorship / endorsement type thing, as it pertains to what PKA is, I don't know if you would have been very good for the brand anyway. You can say all this wild shit to kind of help build the brand up and bring all the viewership in and the audience. But when you start bringing in big money, they're not going to want to hear about some nonsense about you and your age of consent or whatever other bullshit. So in a lot of ways, or from a certain standpoint, I should say, maybe Woody was looking for a reason to get rid of you. And maybe he couldn't go to Kyle with that. Maybe he didn't want to... This is all hypothetical, by the way. Maybe he couldn't go to Kyle with that shit. Maybe Woody's looking at this and being like, man, there's a lot of money. There's a lot of money that can be made off this. We have ourselves a pretty good viewership and whatnot. We've built ourselves a pretty good name. Wings is the fucking weak link, though. Because there are clips upon clips, even back then, of all the wild shit that you were saying, right? And maybe they could get you to tone that shit down or back off of that shit, but that requires commitment and that requires discipline. You guys kind of picking up what I'm putting down? That requires things that you're going to have to change. And we can all get this bag. We can all get this money. I don't think you can do that, though. I think this is what Woody was thinking. I don't think you can do that. I think this camping trip thing will be the test. Because if you're really willing to go out there and be uncomfortable, especially with all the weight that Wings was carrying, and you put forth an effort, that tells me that you'll be willing to conform with this podcast moving forward where the real money is. But see, Wings didn't. Wings failed himself. Even if Woody set him up, Wings failed himself. And that right there was more than enough for Woody to be like, I gotta cut you loose. And then the fact that you ain't fucked over Kyle, because let's say Kyle wasn't in on Woody's scheme, and he's already on the road. He's already making this trip. He's already saying, hey, you don't even have to worry about getting a hotel room. You can just go ahead and bunk with me and whatever, because I think they had dual beds or whatever. And Wings at the very last minute is telling them while all these guys are on the road or getting ready to get on the road saying, oh, I'm not going. I think that right there was the reason why he got cucked out of PKA. Not cucked. He cucked himself. But why he got cut out of PKA. But I'm just throwing that out there just to give you guys a frame of reference as it pertains to my mindset. As it pertains to the edgy bullshit or whatever the case may be, most of those people, they grew the fuck up. They grew the fuck up or they got so big that they couldn't be touched. There's a reason why Jay Station ain't around. The fact that he got away with that shit for as long as he did is wild. But most people who try to do that edgy, fucking, dumb, retarded bullshit eventually got phased out. They got phased out. Look at Leafy. The fact that Leafy had the run that he had for as long as he had is wild. Look at Rice Gum. He's another one. It's wild that he got away with that shit, especially after he had talked to that one girl on Twitch or whatever that was about her getting fucking sexually assaulted. Oh, did it at least feel good? The fact that he fucking is still, I wouldn't say breathing, but the fact that he still has a space on the internet after that shit is wild. But there's consequences behind all of that. And the thing is with DSP, and Wings especially, is they don't want to face the consequences. They want all that shit to be in the past. Oh, that was X amount of years ago. I realized I fucked up, but I profited, right? I profited off of it immensely. So just let me go, and let's try to start anew. And that don't work. You got to face up to it and own it. And both of you cowards can't do that.
Channels that are built around this guy. And it's amazing. Like they just like hate this guy, despise this guy, or just think he's just a meme lord. Like as Memology 101. AWP says, are you asking about the thing? I don't know what the thing is, but I'm going to do research prior to it. So whatever the thing is, I will learn what the thing is. Yeah. And we'll kind of go there. So anyways, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But that'll be here in the next few weeks. I'm looking forward to that. I want to have a number. Like I want to have everybody on side scrollers. I want the opportunity to kind of just go nuts and ask people all sorts of questions.
He's the guy who did the thing. Forgot to turn his camera off on stream.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, I will absolutely ask him about the thing. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my God!
Immediately when I saw his face, I'm like, oh yeah, okay.
I remember seeing that.
Oh yeah.
That's so funny. Oh man,
Now,
I absolutely.
Another thing I want you to pay attention between this video and the one that's going to follow it in a minute, is how the atmosphere changes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, usually if you've watched, I've actually taken the time to actually watch a little bit of this guy's podcast with these guys, and it seems to be kind of fun-loving type, you know, normal, you know, Hallmark cards and bubblegum type shit, which is nothing wrong with that, by the way. But DSP quickly brings the mood down with these people. And so the idea of bringing DSP on multiple times over, knowing as much as they're going to eventually know about him, has to be incredibly uncomfortable. Has to be incredibly uncomfortable. And as open-minded as people may or may not be, there has to be a level of disdain that's going to eventually develop, because DSP is, quote-unquote, invading their space and bringing his bullshit and his problems and his extra baggage, if you will, onto them. And nobody wants that, and nobody needs that. You know what I'm saying? So you got to think about it. Do you like your ambiance? Do you like how comfortable things are? Or are you willing to sit here and get in bed with this piece of shit and deal with all of his nonsense and deal with all of his mistakes that he's not mature enough to address and fix? Do you guys really want that? You got this nice little space on the internet where you guys get to talk about video games and some other shit that happens socially, and you have a good time with your audience. And now you're going to bring this piece of garbage in, on top of the other pieces of garbage within his own community that DSP is going to end up bringing with him. And then you're going to have detractors, trolls, haters, and critics that are going to have something to say as it pertains to the dumb shit Phil's going to have to say, right? And most of them are reasonable. I'm not, but most of them are reasonable. So, you know, that's a thing. And they may be a little bit easier to deal with. I don't know if it's really worth it. I really don't. Not all money's good money. And, you know, bad publicity, good publicity, it's all publicity. But if this Side Scroller podcast is going to be something, right? If it's really going to be something in the future, one needs to think about what you're doing now and how you want to be. How do you want this whole thing to look like in a few years? You know what I mean? Like in 3 or 4 years or 5 years or whatever the case may be. Because there's a reason why people get rid of some of their old content, or they unlisted or whatever. The smart ones unlisted. The paranoid ones just delete the shit. So, you know, right now you got this like ragtag group of guys, or group of individuals, of people who just kind of just want to have a good time talking about some nonsense on the internet. Now think about the fucking toxicity that DSP brings to that bullshit. Think about that. And Craig's already talking about hatred and whatnot, which is that's a whole other conversation. Especially for someone who named himself, not Craig, but DSP, who named himself the king of fucking hate. What did you expect? In some ways, I don't know. We'll see. I wish them the best. But this shit's gonna be different. It's gonna hit different.
They'd be like, what happened? What happened?
Yeah, I'm sure he's not the only person that's happened to. He's just the most famous person that's happened to that we're aware.
Craig, this is unironically the biggest poll of the internet. we'll see how this goes. But
the biggest poll of the internet.
But I love that. But with that said, Adam, Blabs, Trav, G2s, if you guys want anybody to come on the show, whether it's for 5 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever, let us know. Like, that Travis's job is to send emails to people. That's what he's doing, to introduce and be like, "Hey, come on our show, and we'll get you going." So
I have a few people.
Let's make it happen.
Cool.
Let's make it happen. I love it. So that's all spectacular. So I'm looking forward to that. All right, are we ready to get into this thing? I think we are. All right, I know a lot of people.
So now we're on March 3rd of 2023. And this is them talking about DSP's email and their response to it, or whatever the case may be. And yet again, You know, for those who are actually watching it, or at least glancing at it in some way, shape, or form, or whatever the case may be, body language is important. Tone of voice is important. For all intents and purposes, DSP can invoke emotional weight, I think, and he puts that shit on people. And I think that's probably even more unfortunate. I talked about somewhat recently, a lot of people on the internet did, about that one guy who spurred the fuck out on a member of his audience because he said that she was trauma dumping on his stream, which is kind of tard-like behavior because you were asking her how she was doing. And she said that she had lost a member of her family, so she was kind of going through it. And then you spurg out talking about, oh, well, I don't want trauma dumping here. Then why the fuck did you even ask? You know what I mean? Why the fuck did you even ask? I don't even know if trauma dumping is a thing. I mean, everybody carries weight. I don't, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's a, and I think if people feel comfortable enough around you to go ahead and kind of speak on what they're kind of going through, it is what it is. But I don't know what trauma dumping is. Is that some nonsense that they do on Twitch because everybody's fucking a drone over there anyway? Not everybody, but most people are a fucking drone over there? Or drones? Is that what that is? Like, what the fuck is that? What the hell really is trauma dumping? And if it even exists, let's say, hypothetically, that's really a thing. And it's not some lame ass shit that people didn't come up with to say, oh, you're bringing me down, don't do that. Then that's what DSP does when he begs. If there's a whole lot of begging going on, and how does DSP induce that begging? Through Hypnosis. But theoretically, at least the way trauma dumping was explained to me, Hypnosis sounds like trauma dumping. Or at least an aspect of it is. That's what that sounds like. DSP is always giving you some lame ass sob story on why he needs more support, why he needs more help, and why you need to come through and help him, because if not, he won't be able to do this anymore. And this is his love, and this is his passion, and he's always been an underdog his entire YouTube fucking career, and whatnot, and everybody hates him, and everybody's waiting for him to get off the internet so we can all start popping bottles of champagne and shit like that. And it's important that you guys preserve the real content creators, the ones who really give it to you how it is, and not the people who do it for fluff or who are paid off or whatever the case may be. You've heard all that. DSP's told you all of that. If trauma dumping is a thing, that sounds like trauma dumping. Like when DSP told his audience, oh, hey, you know, my parents are really sick and they're not doing so well, guys, and, you know, I'd like to go and see them, but I can't, man. I got these taxes right now, bruh, and I don't have the money for it, and I gotta work. I gotta continue working. Despite the fact that he did a fundraiser before that. I think he did two of them, actually. I think he did two fundraisers before, charity events or whatever, before he actually left to Connecticut. And then he did the podcast when he got back, talking about his Connecticut trip. And then I think he unveiled Jasper after that. But that's not, I don't know. If trauma dumping is a thing, how is that not a thing? How is that not applied to DSP in some way, shape, or form? Anywho, this right here is is their podcast from March 3rd. DSP ends up responding to this later. That'll be another broadcast. So I've already I've already dumped a lot on you already. So, and we still have all of this. So here we go.
Right now, because I said yesterday we had I received an email from Darksydephil after. Well, let me just kind of back up. So on Monday,
since he wants to do that, I didn't ask for Diggs to put this in there. What he said about yesterday, it was just him basically saying, got an email, I'll read about it on the next show. To, you know, he's just trying to bring attention to it in the same way or in a similar way as what was the name of those fellows? Damn it, what's the name of that podcast that they had that they read out their email exchanges to? Drunken Peasants. In a similar way as that. You know what I'm saying? It's all advertising, if you will, to try to bring people to the show. Think of it as a 5-disc mixtape, if you will. So he talked about that on the second to try to get more people to show up on the third, and to try to bring more hype up about it. But yet again, if you guys can try to pay attention to what these people are, how they're saying, what they're saying, how they're saying it, and how they look, and you'll see the effect of a pseudo pignosis, if you will, in some way, shape, or form.
I was kind of going through. I was casually mentioned, maybe it was earlier this month, on the first of this month. I just kind of casually mentioned who we're going to have on the show. We're going to have James, Angry Video Game Nerd. He's going to be a co-host. We're going to have Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers on the show. We're going to have Captain Agent reporting from Super Nintendo World. I also mentioned that we're going to have Darksydephil on the show. And it was like pretty much immediately after, it was like my Twitter just blew up all day, and a clip went out of the show, and people were like, DSP is going to be on side scrollers, and this was like, I guess it was news to me that it was news to anybody else. I didn't really think it was like that big a deal, but apparently, and I didn't know this, like Darksydephil doesn't do many interviews, right? I think the last one he did, I've been educated. There was the last one he did was with the quartering, and that was like 3 years ago. And people were not super happy with how that interview went. They felt like it was kind of like softballs. And I'm like, I would say I'm 80% of the way through that interview, but I've also been watching like the retort to that by It's a Gundam. And the long and short of it is that I've received like lots of people saying like, well, you need to check out this. You need to check out this. And I spent, over the last 2 days, I probably spent 12 hours doing research on this, which is a lot of research to do for one interview. And I'll continue to do interviews, right? Or continue to do research on this. But I wanted to, so Phil sent me an email, and I wanted to read it to you guys, because he's like, hey, you can make this available to everybody. And because usually, in private correspondence, I'm not going to like share private correspondence, but Phil said you can share it. So I'm going to share it with you guys. And I'm going to share my response to it. And just so everybody's on the same page, because you guys know that I pride myself on transparency with the audience, with literally everything that we do. And we can kind of talk about this, because I do think there's a larger conversation to be had here. But a lot of people have been saying, oh, Phil's going to cancel. Phil's going to cancel. Phil has given no indication that he's going to cancel. And there's a lot of people saying that Phil's going to give you things you can't say and can't say. Phil's given no indication of things that we can and cannot talk about. So I'm just going to read this email, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to screen cap it or whatever. Well, that's fine.
First off, because I'm watching this when you guys are watching it, so like I'm literally watching it along with you. They all look drained compared to the last episode or whatever. They look pretty, I wouldn't say despondent, but they definitely look drained. First off and foremost. Secondly, this isn't some easy ass cake ride. Like, what I'm saying? Like, you got to understand, like, shit's kind of different on this side of the internet, and certainly on this side of the fence. And I could be an asshole and say, well, maybe you should have chosen your guests a little bit better. But that's not really the case. I don't necessarily believe that. I think that he was looking for nostalgia type names, people that he was familiar with, and then he committed. As for DSP in the quartering interview, I mean, we all knew what that was, so it is what it is. As for DSP having terms or conditions, we already know that he did. You know what I'm saying? Because one, DSP doesn't want to be in a situation that he doesn't have at least some control over, right? Or he doesn't have a sympathetic ear at the very least. Two, DSP of if nothing else is probably even less trusting of Stuttering Craig and everybody else on this podcast, because now these people are actually going to take some time to actually look him up and see what's what, which is ironic because DSP says if you take 5 minutes worth of research, you'll find that all these mentally ill people out here and what they say about me is bullshit. So there you go on that. 3, and I mean this with all due respect, Gundam is a great choice to go ahead and watch his rendition or whatever the case may be. But even then, Gundam showed mercy. You know what I'm saying? He showed some type of mercy. He didn't. Gundam could have really have gone in on Phil if he had chosen to, and he didn't, or at least he didn't to the full extent, if you will. You know what I'm saying? He didn't go Super Saiyan or nothing like that. Just hit him with some couple Kaioken type shits. Like, this shit could have gotten, Gundam could have made that shit really fucking ugly if he wanted to, but it was such a snore fest that really wasn't worth the time. And it is what it is. Like, Gundam's not out to destroy DSP. Most people aren't. So, it is what it is as it pertains to that. I think that the interview is going to be a farce. I think DSP is just going to lie his way through it. You guys don't know enough to catch him on not just everything, but on anything of real relevancy and whatnot. You guys don't know him. You have to make leaps of judgment on determining if someone is lying to you or not that you're not familiar with. You know what I mean? And you got, yet again, as I said earlier on in this, you got to be careful of what you want to put out there and how this is going to be perceived some years down the line. You know what I mean? That's something that you really have to think about and take into account. So are you going to, do I expect these guys to fucking bleed DSP on this podcast? No. And if nothing else, since Craig is already walking in on this as more of a meme type situation, because he's not addressing it as a lolcow situation, because maybe he doesn't know what that is, he's going to address stuff that are somewhat funny, right? Or, hey, that's a really stupid situation. I don't see Craig wanting to go into any of the deeper aspects of it. And even if he did, it doesn't matter because he doesn't know enough about the situation to do so. He just doesn't. So Craig asking the hard questions, if you will, means jack shit of jack shit if you don't have any real nuance to go along with it. How much of DSP have you watched as it pertains to that situation? How much of DSP's response have you absorbed, right? How many different situations or how many different times have you heard him talk about that situation, and how many different answers have you heard him give to it? DSP is not consistent, especially when it comes to his lies. He'll change shit up as it pertains on the whim, on whatever it takes to fit his narrative that day. That's too much to ask a person. Even with people like Agent Proper, for example, if you guys know, he was helping Craig out with this. And even with Proper's tutelage, because that's what it is. Even with Agent Proper providing tutelage to him, not everybody's going to be able to handle all that. It's just not going to be the case. That's why I had proposed, I don't know how many videos ago it was, that divide and conquer amongst this podcast made a little bit of sense. Have the other three, besides Stutter and Craig, have each one of the other members of this podcast take on 1 to 3 questions of their own they may have about anything. It could be one particular saga. It could be something from this saga, something from this saga, something from this saga, whatever they're comfortable with. And then they can present a question to DSP, or at least they have a frame of reference if they're going to call DSP out on something. I think it just makes sense doing that. But, that's either here or there. I've been in the vortex. I've been in the vortex far too long. So, and I can only speak for myself on that one. So, it is what it is. It's easier to snuff out the DSP bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When you've heard enough of it. You know what I'm saying? There's only so many ways that he flips it. I don't even care that DSP lies anymore. I'm just more amused on how he chooses to lie. On how he chooses to go about it. Think about that. Imagine you knowing someone who lies about the same shit over and fucking over again, and you don't care. You don't care about the fact that he's lying. You just care about how he chooses to lie this time around. You're hoping that he presents you with something new or interesting. At least amusing. At the very least. Anyway, let's continue.
And but I took a screen cap of it because I didn't want to include his email on it. I didn't want to include my email on it. This is just a screen cap of it, but so you guys can take it out as well. So here we go. Let's check this out. So it says, "Hey man, listen to the show from today before I go to sleep, and you mentioned my appearance on the show. Then I see you get bombarded by comments on the video and my haters."
Oh, Craig, I could have really used what time this email was sent. Because if DSP, whatever. I have a pretty good idea of what time this was sent. Somewhere between 10 o'clock and WWE Champions, I'm sure.
up their usual stuff and pretty much demanding you ask me all about it, or else you are just quote unquote softballing it. People have wanted to interview me for years, and I just stay in my lane making content for my audience and ignoring all the outside drama as much as I can. So that's why this is going to blow up. You're literally the first person since the quartering to interview me, and that was many years ago, which I had no idea when I reached out to Phil. Like when I reached out to Phil, it was like, it was, like I said, I've just kind of seen him from a distance on the peripheral, Darksydephil is trending. I wonder why. Never actually like looked into why. It's like, oh, I remember Phil. I see references to him in like Gundam videos, right? Or just various videos, and that's where, like I said, he's like a meme lord, right? Because I thought people were just kind of making fun of him because it was kind of fun to make fun of Phil. So that's when I say he's like a meme lord. That's what I mean. Like people make fun of Phil. So anyways, let's continue. Says, I'm not going to give you any list of questions that will be off limits, and I'll answer everything to the best of my ability you can throw at me. But of course, but I also, of course, am not going to put myself or my family at risk with my answers. That is exactly the kind of thing my trolls have tried and tried again and always failed, which is why they are seeing this as just a new opportunity to quote expose me and somehow get me to either admit to something I've done, but I haven't, or else slip up and somehow admit something that will prove all their crazy conspiracy theories about me. Neither of these things are going to happen because the stuff they say about—
Jesus fucking Christ, Phil! You're not on fucking trial with this man. Like, let's cut the detractor, troll, hater, and critic thing out for just a second. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit! You sound like a fucking lunatic. DSP, you sound fucking absolutely silly. You sound like the fucking paranoid sociopath that I've been trying to tell people you are. You legitimately sound like this. Holy fuck. Like, I've already had a bunch of assumptions on what DSP sounds like when he's emailing his pay pigs and his whales. You know what I'm saying? Some of that we've seen, some of it we haven't. But I've had some pretty good assumptions on what some of those emails sound like. This right here... Oh my god. You really are a nut. You really are a nut. Okay. Jesus Christ, DSP. If trauma dumping is a thing, that's what that is. That's exactly what you're hearing. That's exactly what you're hearing. Holy fuck. Just a little bit that you've heard, as it pertains to the email, I should say. Because I'm probably like an hour in at this point. How does a normal person, how does a normal, rational person perceive that? Oh, all these people think I'm fucking liars and shit. All these people fucking hate me. All these people are using your podcast as a spear, if you will, to hopefully, well, not even a spear, more like a cleaver or an axe or something, to bisect me, to see if all their theories they have about me is true, but it's not. He's essentially calling the people who follow him, or more importantly, the people who call him out on his bullshit crazy, because they call him out on his bullshit. And then he's trying to convey this over to Craig. So I want you guys to think about this for a minute. Remember how Craig said he hasn't dictated terms to us. He hasn't made any assumptions, or he hasn't come out and said anything about, oh, I may not be interested in coming on the show, or I might be interested in canceling. I want you guys to really think about what Craig said. But then I want you guys to really think about what he's saying in this email. Because like I said, Craig is new to the Gout universe. He's new to the Vortex. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he has only dipped his toes in this shit. So, even in how DSP speaks and how he writes or whatever, you have to have a layer. You have to actually have a fucking layer of understanding to this shit. Oh my god. I never really thought, I mean, I did, but I didn't. I never really thought about giving it that type of emphasis. Holy shit! All right, give me a second. Give me a second. I need my SnortBucks. I need some SnortBucks. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Holy shit! All right, just try to have an open mind about how this is gonna go. Holy shit!
About me for the last 5+ years is 99% untrue. I do have two concerns. Number one, my and my family's safety.
Wait. Isn't DSP the same Isn't this the same person who said that that within everything that has been said about him, there is a nugget of truth, which is something that nobody who is rational and who has a grip on the English language would ever say. Especially not having the reputation that DSP has. But hasn't DSP said this? He's told us this publicly. He's told his audience this for sure. But they don't really count. They're meaningless. They don't have any real value, to be honest with you. So they don't really count. It's unfortunate to say that, and you know, because they're dense. But that's a shame. But it is what it is. But you're gonna say everything that was said about you over the last 5 years is a lie. It's not true. It never happened. Over the last 5 years, not your whole time on the internet, not over the last 10 years. Everything over the last 5 years is bullshit. So everything from 2000. So he's literally starting his timeline from what? The escort saga and the taxes? You're going to start there. That's going to be the beginning of your fucking timeline. DSP. There was no Kimberly. There was no escort. There was Brenda and her husband that was in Europe who put you in some catfishing situation that kicked all of this off. Hey, Phil, around that same time, Kat, you know, the woman that's your wife currently, she exists, right? And she was in Michigan, right? And you were flying her back and forth from Michigan when supposedly this escort was flying back and forth from, you know, from Europe to Washington State. And all the while, right, like I said, the escort doesn't exist. Just Brenda and her husband doing this catfishing thing. DSP was actually flying another man's woman because she was in a relationship. She was living with that guy, Subaru man. You were flying her back and forth for the girlfriend experience or whatever. And all the while, you were begging for money for your taxes. So there's the escort saga. And now there's all kinds of arcs and sagas in between, but the bankruptcy and you lying on the 341 call, that's all made up too. The bank leaks, and all the Apple gift cards, which it's funny that theory of mine came true. That's fucking hilarious. All of these crazy ass transactions, the fucking Total Wine and shit. Well, supposedly you needed money to buy supplies and buy Jasper supplies and shit like that, and most of that shit went to fucking liquor and whatever fucking internet pools for some gotcha game. Holy shit! This is gonna be fantastic. Oh, I don't think it's gonna be the interview everybody thinks it's gonna be, but I think whoever your favorite detractor of choice is, or whatever the case may be, they're going to have a field day cutting some of this bullshit up. This shit's going to be fucking silly. It may not be the bombshell that people are wanting, but this shit will probably still be funny. This shit will probably be spoken about for a few weeks.
These people have thoroughly doxed me, my wife, all of our personal data, including address, place of work, and cell phone numbers, plus my wife's personal history before we even met. In addition,
wait, I need to bring that back. First off, Phil, you doxed yourself. It was like I said, it was like a condo tour that you had back in Connecticut. Excuse me for a second. He did a condo walkthrough back in Connecticut and doxed himself with a piece of mail that he had and said it didn't matter. No one was going to be able to do anything was going to come out and do anything to him anyway. Even though he accused Evil AJ some years later of possibly coming to his house and possibly murdering him over This Is How You Don't Play, which DSP, yet again, one of the many moments of him sounding ridiculous. So you have that. As it pertains to Catherine, And as it pertains to Superman and everything about that, you're the fucking dumbass that when she touched down in Washington, you decided to put her picture out there on Instagram. And you knew what was going to happen. It took 12 to 15 minutes before they found out who this chick was. But you knew that, though. You did that to lock her in. You purposely put that girl's face out there, or that woman's face out there, and whatnot, knowing damn well what was going to happen to her. You knew. If you were so concerned about that shit, you guys would have never taken that picture and put it online. You knew what your situation was. And now, and here's another little thing that I'm going to play it back a little bit just so we can get it. But DSP is kind of confirming where Catherine works. Theoretically, he's kind of confirming where she works at by saying this. There's been speculation at exactly what store she works, but no one has, as far as I know. I'm not in people's Discord, so I can't say about what's going on with that. But as it pertains to, at least publicly, there hasn't been too much say-so, or at least there wasn't anything truly confirmed on where this chick is. Like I said, I've heard a lot of different stuff, and some of it sounds, one or two of them sounds pretty fucking good. So, but DSP is kind of confirming that here. And DSP is on Kiwi Farms, and DSP has at least a couple of people that are floating around fucking detractor Discords. So, whatever they're confirming back to him, he's confirming it here. Should be careful about that stuff, Phil. All right, let's play it back a little bit, just so you guys can hear what I heard.
Myself or my family at risk with my answers. That is exactly the kind of thing my trolls have tried and tried again and always failed. Which is why they are seeing this as just a new opportunity to, quote, expose me and somehow get me to either admit to something I've done, but I haven't, or else slip up and somehow admit something that will prove all their crazy conspiracy theories about me. Neither of these things are going to happen because the stuff they say about me from the last 5+ years is 99% untrue. I do have two concerns. Number one, my and my family's safety. These people have thoroughly doxed me, my wife, all of our personal data, including address, place of work, and cell phone numbers, plus my wife's personal history before we even met, in addition to my parents and other family members. It stands to reason that I don't want any of that stuff on the show, but I guarantee there'll be things like super chatting to try to get it on the screen or posting in your chat nonstop.
Sorry.
All right, here, let me cut in real quick before Jude does. So, not only did he kind of confirm the general thought of where Catherine works or whatever the case may be, and if her phone number is floating out there, he's kind of confirming that, or he's lying, which is a thing. But then he said, oh, they've thoroughly doxed us. Then what fucking protection can Craig or anybody from Side Scroller actually provide you? Do you not know what thorough means? If your information is literally a Google, some keystrokes away on Google, for example, Phil, if you've been thoroughly doxed like that, then everybody knows everything. So that shit popping up on their fucking podcast, yeah, they can, go ahead and just drop that super chat or whatever the case may be. But what other protections or insurances, or reassurances, I should say, are you expecting from these people? You doxed yourself. You put Catherine in a position to get doxed. You're from Connecticut. You said that your parents live like 15 fucking minutes away. So it wouldn't have been hard to figure out where they're at in a, 20-mile radius? If that? If these were things that you were concerned with, why the fuck did you tell people where you're from? You did a walkthrough of your parents' home as part of your Connecticut bucket list before you left in 2014. Did you forget that? Fuck you, Phil. No one doxed you. You doxed yourself. You doxed your fucking self. DSP was the one who put his full fucking name out there when he was in Connecticut. It's in it's in a couple of his videos actually. When DSP did his initial help me with the ads because what I do here is not cheap and it requires a lot of money to to do what I have to do, man. I got to buy games and this, that, and the third. He said his full fucking name then. He said it before that. Get the fuck out of here.
So,
So
Just saying.
I mean, with anybody, with any like on any chat room, in any conversation, it doesn't matter if we're talking to Phil or
Anybody.
Obama. It doesn't matter. Like, the idea is that you post anybody's personal information and you're going to be banned.
Illegal. Doxing's illegal.
So he says,
Yeah,
I do need a level of buy-in from you that this won't be a nonstop harass-a-thon where people are going to see our personal info on your streams because I'm on your show, and I feel that's a pretty reasonable request. Like I said, I don't care who I'm interviewing. I don't think that's unreasonable at all. And
did he really word that as, I need a level of buy-in from these people? What the? This is him dictating terms and conditions. This is literally Phil dictating terms and conditions. Holy shit. And then he used the term buy-in. Damn, yo, Craig, tell me, is he shaking you down behind the scenes? You can tell me. Damn. I need a level of buy-in from you people. He is a guest on your show. I understand, and I can even respect a certain level of a certain degree, if you will, that will be exercised to your guests, hospitality, if you will, the average shit. I get that 100%. But I'll be damned if I'm inviting someone onto my podcast or whatever the case may be and say, oh, I need you to give me a level of buy-in as it pertains to what? Don't use that term. Don't use that term. I'm not buying into anything. If I'm inviting you onto the podcast, I'm inviting you onto the podcast. If I'm paying for you to come onto the podcast, don't dictate shit to me. Because I literally bought you. You're essentially any questions that I have, you're gonna answer. Essentially. Okay, that's me being a dick, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference. And it's funny too, because DSP spent all these years trying to whore himself out, not understanding that, hey, if someone pays for you to come onto a podcast, you essentially are gonna answer everything that they say or that they ask you, because they paid you. When someone pays you for under those kind of situations or circumstances, right? You are leveraging your time and everything that comes with that for a set amount of money. But see, DSP don't think about it that way. So, for example, when people are paying him to do this react or doing a reaction, right? If the video is 5 minutes, they paid you for that for you to respond to those or react to those 5 fucking minutes. Not 2.5 minutes, not 30 seconds or a minute or whatever, the full 5 minutes. If someone becomes an ultra supporter or whatever it is, and I think that's like $20 over there on DSP's side of it. If they paid you for 5 fucking minutes because they became an ultra supporter or whatever, then guess what? You're going to give them the 5 minutes of that. Well, you're going to go through the 5 minutes of that video. But see, DSP don't look at it that way. He doesn't look at anything with equal exchange, if you will. He's always looking to get over. And how did Craig not see this shit? He's literally dictating terms to you. Yes, they sound reasonable, right? Yeah, I guess they sound reasonable. But you're not paying, I'm not sure how much attention are you really paying to some of the underlying shit that's attached to that. When he says, you can't, I don't want anything about my docs or my wife's docs or my wife's family or whatever, reasonable, understanding, I got you on that. I roger that. Now, I don't want anything brought up about our personal life, this, that, and the third, or whatever. I roger that. He's going to say that. I roger that. What Craig is not going to think about is, well, wait a second, Phil. Didn't you have your wife on your actual platform a couple times? And now I think about it, didn't you want to do a cooking with the king and queen? And you wanted that wasn't a Patreon goal, I'm sorry. That must have been like a membership goal or some shit. Or a sub goal on Twitch. Didn't you want your audience to hit a sub goal to make that happen? DSP is literally playing on your ignorance. The less you know, the better. So take that in, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to this whole email and what DSP is trying to lay out. Because this gives you an insight on what he's probably given to other people as well. Like, Nick Ricada's never going to do it. But I would very much like to see some of the correspondence between Nick Rekieta and DSP as it pertains to terms to an interview. I'd love to hear that. Matter of fact, I'd like to hear someone get Quarter Pounder on the phone, tell him I'll send him not box wine. I actually have some good wine that I can send to him. And I'd like to see what some of his emails are as it pertains to his correspondence with DSP as it pertains to interviews. Or to their interview, or leading up to it. I'd love to see what that had to be. Ooh. So much out there. So much.
But I guarantee there'll be things like super chatting to try to get it on the screen or posting in your chat nonstop.
Sorry, that's a good way to get banned real quick. So just
I mean, with anybody, with any like on any chat room, in any conversation, it doesn't matter if we're talking to Phil or anybody. Obama, it doesn't matter. Like, the idea is that you post anybody's personal information and you're going to be banned.
Illegal. Doxing's illegal.
So he says, I do need a level of buy-in from you that this won't be a nonstop harass-a-thon where people are going to see our personal info on your streams because I'm on your show, and I feel that's a pretty reasonable request. Like I said, I don't care who I'm interviewing. I don't think that's unreasonable at all. And just me personally, I don't think that's unreasonable. And if anybody feels that's unreasonable, I don't really know what to tell you. Like, it's reasonable to expect privacy. It's reasonable to expect that your personal information isn't going to be leaked out online. Number two, I want this to not just be a show completely interrogating me. I really like you and your content over all these years. I'd very much like to share my story of being an original G1 and how we originally met at MagFest, which I didn't even know, if you remember, being 13 years ago, which I did not remember that. Did not remember that.
So what fucking history do you guys have with each other if this shit was 13 years ago and you can barely fucking remember it? On top of that, I'm not even really that mad at him. But the fact that DSP is trying to be like, yo, man, and not only do you need to protect my information, but you need to protect yourself too, which is more fear-mongering, is fantastic. And the fact that Craig didn't catch that. Or at least he didn't catch the subtle nuance with that shit. Hold on a second. Okay, then the situation about I don't want it to be a total fucking interrogation, right? But I do want to talk about my OG status from back in the day. DSP, any questions that he has to you pertains to your fucking story. Of course you're going to talk about your bullshit OG status and then talk about how you rose to your fucking peak, being the exception to the rules, being the one in the million, being the fucking underdog, and then he has to talk about your fucking downfall. So basically what I'm trying to say is DSP wants all of his accomplishments, quote unquote, or all of his high points to be emphasized, right? And be glorified, if you will. But all the really bad, fucked up shit that I did, don't interrogate me on that. Let me just give you the baseline explanation on that, and then let me walk. Or let me waddle. Whatever. I don't even want to question you as a journalist, but come on, my dude. You know what I'm saying? Come on, my dude. Oh, my God. All right, here we go.
I'd like to be a normal part of your show, like every other guest has been. I'm okay with it, with a long segment about me, but I'll also be there to have fun with your normal antics. If that's okay, I'm still down to be on the show, and I know I'll be bombarded with questions about this tomorrow because you've now spilled the beans. I give you 100% permission to share this email with your audience and make your own judgments. And I hope you still have me on because I feel like we'll have a fun time. So that's kind of where it's at. So that
okay,
was
real quick. So the dude did dictate terms to you. He basically said, "Hey, this is what I want. I don't want my personal information or my family's personal information to be out there. Reasonable, understandable, obviously." Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Reasonable, understandable. I got that. And then he said, he basically said, "Hey, any of my dirt, I don't want that to be able to come out on your stream either, or come up in your chat or whatever, because I don't want people to get a bad idea of me." And then he also says, "Don't turn this into interrogation or an interrogation. I'll come up there, I'll answer your questions or whatever, but I really want to talk about our history and my OG status with you, and I want you to essentially praise me, and I want to get a rub off of you." Basically. So be selective and be careful about what you're going to try to interrogate me on, right? And don't pry too deep. But then I want you to fucking elevate me to the goddamn moon as it pertains to everything else that could be equated to being positive as you and me's experience from 13 fucking years ago that you don't even remember, Craig. And not that I even blame you for that. I don't. What the fuck? And then Craig even admitted he doesn't really remember all that. So that means DSP has another advantage because he can essentially craft the story and narrative any way he sees fit. And as long as it sounds familiar enough to Craig, he's more than likely going to co-sign to this shit. So the Pignosis, or at least the piggy manipulation's already in. And he said that, hey, if you can, and he basically said, hey, if you can concede to my demands, then we can still go forward with this podcast. The guy DSP literally dictated terms to you, my dude. He literally dictated terms to you. Maybe you're giving him a little too much on the subtlety, but he literally dictated terms to you. Holy shit. Oh boy. Alright, whatever. Let's continue.
Email that he sent, but I do think it's important that I share my response to that email. Once again, just in the interest of being transparent with everybody. So my response was this. It says, hey, Phil, yeah, it's been an interesting 24 hours. I'll say this. Your safety and your family's safety is of the utmost concern to me. We certainly won't allow any doxing or personal information to be shared in the chat. And if they are shared via super chat, we'll remove them. That's not cool in any scenario. And I stand by that. I don't think that's fair to anybody. I don't want this to be an interrogation either. I do think that there are some questions that should be asked and answered, and I expect you to answer them as best you can, as long as you don't put you or your family in harm's way. If you legally can't talk about something, just say you can't legally talk about it. I'm a fair interviewer, fair to me, fair to the person who's being interviewed, and fair to the audience. There is no right questions that can be asked. And I want to kind of elaborate on that even further. I know, I'll continue reading this. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to have you on and allowing us to talk. I do think that it would be ignorant for us to treat this like a normal show, especially the first time. We need to address the elephant in the room before we can treat things quote unquote normal, which I would love to get to. With all that said, I look forward to this challenge and I appreciate your trust. So that was my response to Phil's email. And I'll say this,
All right, let me jump in. Okay, so he said that at least the first time. So maybe that could be taken as an implication that he'd like to have DSP back on the show. I can kind of understand where Craig's coming from in that, I can't treat this as a normal show. You're going to have to essentially take all this and whatnot to get it up and out the way because Craig doesn't want any grease residue leading into future shows later on down the line. I can understand that. To say answer the question to the best of your ability leads into half-hearted answers or even half answers, double speak, blatant lying in general. As long as DSP can say anything that I say can hurt me or my family, he can essentially give you a non-answer and it'll turn into a word salad for no fucking reason. I don't know. I'm not. I understand Craig really wants this interview and whatever, and maybe even wants a long-term type of relationship as it pertains to DSP and the show and everything moving forward. I can kind of understand that. I guess maybe I don't actually. Fuck all that. I don't understand why he would want that, but you don't know no better, so it is what it is. He's giving DSP a lot of leeway. He's giving DSP a lot of leeway. He may not notice it or he may not recognize it, but he's giving DSP a lot of leeway to essentially wordcraft or snortcraft any type of fucking answer that he wants. And now that DSP has time to really sit there and think about it, if DSP doesn't already have Craig's questions, which is something else you could probably think about or you probably should think about, he can essentially dictate the whole situation for the most part. And I wonder if DSP did ask him, hey, once you have the questions that you and your panel have thought up, would you mind sending them to me? Now, I don't know if Craig would actually do that, but I'm definitely not going to say that that's not above DSP to ask that question. So I have, well, I don't have concerns because I don't have much of an expectation out of this anyway. But I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. Let's continue.
So I clearly, like, when I reached out to Phil, I clearly didn't know that there are this many detractors. I guess that's the term, detractors, that are of Phil. And like, you can like or hate whoever you want online. That's fine. But I feel like I'm in a very tough situation to where I can ask everything that everybody has ever wanted to know about Phil, why he, if he's played WWE champions, how much he's spent on this game, his Patreon goals, which weren't fulfilled, or, all these, I mean, I have literally an entire Word doc of things, and I can ask literally all these questions, but somebody's going to be mad at me for not asking something in the way that they felt it should be asked. And I don't think that's necessarily fair to me. I don't think that's necessarily fair to anybody, right? So like I fully intend on doing this interview, but I want to be like honest with everybody. I'm going to do my best. I've spent a ton of time researching for this, learning about the critiques on Phil.
Okay, hold on. So your confidence is already kind of fading. Here's the thing, Craig. So I'm going to act like I'm speaking to you, even though I have no perceived notions of ever speaking to you. Okay, let me reword that because that sound rude. I don't foresee me ever speaking to you for any particular reason. Just we're in two separate realms. Okay. This is the internet. There's nothing fair about anything. I guess that's the first thing. There's nothing fair about anything. You invited DSP on your platform, which is obviously your full right to, and whatnot. You have taken on the premise that, hey, I'm willing to hear you guys out on whatever questions you have. Detractors have reached out to you. You've agreed to kind of talk to them and get yourself prompt for this. You said you've done a bunch of research as a journalist, so on and so forth. As a journalist, disappointment is going to be a thing, whether on your end or whether on the end of the readers or whatever the case may be. You live with that and you move on. So the concept of it's not fair that people aren't going to be happy with how you handle this situation is kind of obsolete, or is essentially doesn't really matter. That's just how journalism works. That's how interviews work. You think everybody likes everything that fucking Joe Rogan, for example, and that's probably a really unfair comparison, but do you think everybody fucking loves everything that Joe Rogan has said or questions that he's posed, or even the answers he was able to get out of the people that he interviewed? No. You're never going to get what you want, or not everybody's ever going to fucking be satisfied by that. You're married, you have kids, you know this. So there's that. So the concept of that not being fair to you is obsolete. It doesn't mean anything. You should know better as it pertains to that. Just go ahead and screw that shit to the fucking side. You know what I'm saying? You say you talk to Gundam, right? You know what I'm saying? You say you talk to Gundam. Gundam gets a lot of shit. A lot of that is unfair. But it comes with the territory. It comes with anything. Not everybody is going to be quote unquote appeased by whatever you're doing or whatever you're covering. It is what it is. So let's just go ahead and scoot that out the way. At the same time, you're kind of admitting that this is not going to work out, or this isn't going to be the fun situation that you thought it was. And to be honest with you, it's kind of unfortunate that you're going to be greatly disappointed. It's going to be unfortunate. You didn't really have an idea of who DSP was. You didn't have an idea of the mob of people that are around him. You have no real clue of the lies and everything that he's portrayed over the years, and the shit that he said about other content creators and about the industry of gaming itself, or whatever the case may be. You walked yourself into a pretty messed up situation that you weren't expecting, and for that you have you have some empathy from me. At the same time, it's the internet, though. And the internet has changed quite a bit in the 13 years, in the past 13 years or so. It's going to take a minute for you to catch up. Certainly. But to say that it's not fair, that you don't think it's fair how people are treating you as it pertains to their level of appeasement when it comes to this interview is only setting you up, I think, is only going to set you up for even more resentment later on down the line. You just got to be careful about that. Don't go into it with any expectation at all. I'm not going to say, I would tell you to go in with the expectation he's going to lie to you about everything. But you have a bit more faith in humanity than I do as it pertains to lolcows, because you don't know what really a lolcow is, to be honest. So I get that. Ignorance is bliss. You you got your hopes up. Just as I said you were going to. You got your hopes up. That doesn't mean that this shit has to be a completely uncomfortable situation. Posing the questions to him, good for you. What you get out of it and how you follow up on those questions are what's going to be important. If you make a little bit of scratch on the side of that shit, and if you can up your viewership, great. But you may be putting a little bit more emphasis on this than that's actually needed. I think. Possibly. I'm speculating. You know what I'm saying? You can't appease everybody. And you're clearly not in a position to do so anyway. And that's not me being rude or disrespectful to you. It's true. You haven't been around long enough to really catch that. And so it'd be different if this interview of yours was going to be a few more months down the line or whatever, so you guys had real time to do it. Then I could understand. Then if people are unfair to you or whatever, or if you feel that people are unfair to you, you could be like, hey, I can't get everything, but I try to focus on this, and this, or whatever. You're saying that you're doing this over the span of a couple of days. I'll give you a week to be generous. You're not going to catch everything. So you can't put an emphasis on any of that. You did what you could. I'm already going to chalk it up right now that you did what you could. Is it going to be a dud or not? I don't know. It don't really matter. Any real answers, though, DSP is not going to give you because it doesn't benefit him. And if anything else, it's going to put him in a bad situation when he gets back on his own bullshit platform and he's ready to lie to his fucking idiots over there anyway. So it is what it is. His email to you kind of already spelled all that out. I'm not going to put myself in a vulnerable situation and whatnot, so don't pressure me to do so. Does he? Matter of fact, I got to ask anybody, not just Craig, but anybody, did DSP in that interview sound like somebody who didn't have something to hide? DSP kind of pegged himself as guilty essentially throughout the email. And like I said, the whole thing with his family and all the doxing and stuff, all that information that's already out there, I get that. So, you know, I won't shit on you over that one. But as it pertains to everything over the last 5 years were an absolute fucking lie, this, that, and the third, he tried to plead his his innocence and also convicted himself of being guilty, literally in the same fucking sentence. But yet again, I don't think you're going to be able to capitalize off that. You don't have the time. You don't. And you don't have really the eye for it. So I don't know, why are you putting such a large what's it called? Why are you putting such large expectations on yourself? You're not familiar with it. You don't have the eye for this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, dealing with lolcows and dealing with regular people are two separate things. I'm not going to say you're not built for it. I'm just saying that you just don't have the experience. It's not like politicians. Listen, you like politics, right, Craig? Politicians lie. Of course they do. It's being a fucking politician. You say everything that you need to say and what people want you to say until you get into office, and then once money's thrown into your fucking face, and once the opportunity for you to move up in certain situations and whatnot come to you, you're gonna have to cut your values. It's just how politics works. Period. So, as it pertains to the internet, as it pertains to fucking communities on the internet, especially around these lolcows, this is all political. All this shit is political. Someone's going to say something about DSP over here. Someone's going to say something about DSP here. Someone's going to disagree. And then they're going to demand more information. And then either you're going to produce or you're not. Or you're going to have people that co-sign to you or not. It's all political. Yes, I know it's supposed to be all point and laugh and all this stuff. and as it should be. But please believe that this shit's political. If someone's in a Discord right now shitting on someone else and has reasons for that, that makes the shit political. Yes, it's a critique, but it also makes it political. Like I said, you don't have the eye for it. You know what I'm saying? You're completely new to this. Saying that shit's unfair because people who have been following this for a period of time can point out what you can't. That is unfair, I think. You're not going to be able to do everything, and that's fine.
Learning Phil's responses, I think the biggest thing that I think that with all this, and I'll talk to Phil about this, is I think all this whole thing started, at least majority of it. A lot of people talk about this WWE Champions game. I think the biggest thing with it is the amount of money that he supposedly spent. I think a lot of this starts with it's like a white lie. Like it started with like, hey Phil, do you play this game? This says this is your name on this game, and it looks like you spent a lot of money on this game, and nobody, and he could have just been like, yeah, I do. But instead he was like, no, and he kept doubling down, no,
Hey,
to where
add a little bit, just
sure.
One thing. Anybody's bankruptcy information, that's not anybody else's business. That's not our business. And yes, you may say, well, it proves this, but you shouldn't have had that information anyway. You shouldn't have went
and which is fair if DSP didn't put it out there. The WWE Champions issue comes from someone who's a fucking gambling addict who has sat there and said, I'm not making enough money to meet the obligations of my mortgage or meet my obligations in general. But I don't have enough money for my mortgage. I don't have enough money for fucking groceries. I don't have enough money to fucking buy this game. I don't have enough money to do this special event that I promised you guys 2 months out. And now that we're starting to get into the down to the wire and shit, I don't have enough money to do this. This is where the problems come into play. Now, yet again, excuse my aggressiveness, so to speak, because he doesn't know the bullshit that led up to that, or whatever the case may be. And I didn't throw no money into it, but that doesn't mean that it's still not fucking egregious, and it's still not fucking problematic. A little white lie is not a white lie though. It's not even a little lie, to be honest with you. The dude was approached with, you're constantly saying that you need money. You're constantly saying that you need support. Why won't you take sponsorships? Why can't you do endorsements like other people? I don't want to do that. I'm going to sell out this, that, and the third. Okay, so that means you're going to basically dump all of your financial responsibilities and problems on your audience. That's something that DSP chose to do. Now, when people catch one of WWE champions and they can prove that it's him, it's like, okay, Phil, they got you dead to rights on all this shit right here and whatnot. Why are you spending all of this money? Oh, it's not me. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me at all. And then next thing you know, the fucking Anonymous leaks come out that prove that not only did DSP have a Discord, not only did it prove that he had a Discord, a recreational Discord because it's linked to his WWE Champions, but it also had the same fucking ID as the WWE Champions account that was linked to him. So now DSP had an even bigger problem there. So they kept getting, it wasn't that he kept doubling down. More and more evidence was being proven, right? Because DSP said there was no evidence and it was all a lie. And then he just continued to lie. That's what it came down to. And then only recently did he say, I told you guys I used to play games back in the day. I don't see what the problem is. Well, truth be told, I went over that video actually. I think it was called Gotcha King. It's by Mr. Huffstuffs actually, now I think about it. DSP said in that video, this is how I formed my theory about the fucking, that's how I formed my theory, actually. A little backstory. DSP was playing Hearthstone. And what happened is he was playing some other games at that time, like comic book related, anime related, or whatever the case may be. And instead of asking for direct money for that, he was asking people, his family, to send him gift cards for Apple gift cards, I should say. And that's what he was using his money on. And when he decided to play Hearthstone, he still had credits, or he still had money on one of He had money on one of many, I'm sure, Apple gift cards that he still had that were active, and that's what he was using to fund the Hearthstone playthrough that he was attempting to do, or whatever the case may be. My theory was that's the reason why it was so hard to peg him down on WWE Champions, because if he's just using Apple gift cards to actually fuel the addiction, there really wouldn't be a paper trail. Now, this was, I can't remember if this was before or after the bank leaks. I think it was actually before. And I think I speculated that if that was the case, it wouldn't show up on the bankruptcy. So yeah, he had all of those credit cards we saw, or whatever, but you would never be able to link any of those credit cards to his WWE Champions account, because if he's going through a gift card, or like the Amazon gift card, or not Amazon, sorry, Apple. If he's going through Apple gift cards, then he's already put that additional barrier up. Now, granted, we know that he has a shitload of transactions on his, I don't know, I think it's Bank of America or whatever, with all of these totals and this, that, and the third anyway. But the point that I was trying to make is, more often than not, he gave himself these safeguards to kind of give himself a layer of protection, if you will. It just kind of goes to show on how paranoid DSP is. To be honest with you, just with how he was spending his money, especially as it pertains to those gacha games. And then DSP used to sit there and lie and say, well, I used to play a lot of, mobile games or whatever, but I don't do that anymore. Then, when he sat there and lied to come up with the money to go to fucking Connecticut to get married, this idiot said, oh, I bought 2 mobile plans on the airplane so I could play mobile games. Me and Catherine could, while we were there. But then he fucked himself over because he bought 2 plans, but they were linked to the same email account. So essentially they had to take turns instead of him putting some type of establishing some type of separation so both accounts could be used separately. But that's just me nitpicking, because that's what I do. But it just kept stacking up on him. DSP just blatantly kept lying. But as I've told you, you give DSP enough rope and he'll hang himself. And that's what it kind of comes down to. And all the while, he's sitting here saying that he needs money to live. Not just to keep his quote-unquote business going, but to live. That's where the problem with the WWE Champions thing comes in. It's one of many, I should say.
That information anyway. It's bankruptcy information is not your information to have.
Well, I'll say this. Like, look, I think in the one of the things wrong with journalism, I think in right now is people go in with an agenda. I don't want to enter any interview with an agenda, right? Like I want to go into an interview with questions, and I want those questions answered as best as we can. Yeah, there's people say, oh, you can find this stuff, it's public information. I get it, right? And there are things like, why you see a lot of people say, he makes this amount of money per year. Why is he always poor? Why is he always asking for money? I don't know. Like that's a good question to ask. So look, I think
okay. A journalist's job, or a reporter's job, or whatever, investigative reporter, whatever the case may be, their jobs is to find the truth. That is your agenda. Your agenda is to find the truth. Because if not, then you wouldn't do research. Right? So your agenda is to find the truth. By all means necessary. That's why you do research on the subject of choice, or whatever the case may be. I understand that he's not trying to come across as malicious, right? He's not trying to turn this into a witch hunt or whatever. I get that 100%. But his agenda is to find the truth. And not only as a reporter or as a journalist, but as a man or as a person in general, really. You don't want to be lied to. If you're going to ask a question, you're expecting an answer. But you don't want to be lied to, do you? You're not okay with that, are you? But then we're using terms like little white lie, and it's almost like, are you willing to be lied to if you think it's something small or something obsolete or whatever the case may be, to just keep this relationship going? I have questions now. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, usually little white lies, right, usually lead to nothing. It's a stupid lie about a dumbass situation that no one really cares about anyway. But if you're out there actively begging to live, then that's a problem, is it not? That's a little bit more than just a little white lie. There's something fundamentally wrong with that.
I think that Adam, you said this best. I'm in a no-win situation here, right? I'm in a no-win situation where I'm going to do my best to deliver a great interview as best I can. Like I said, I walked into a snake pit, right? And I have snakes all around me. And I don't mean that like, you know, the detractors are snakes in like, you know, the metaphorical sense of like, you know, bad people or anything like that. But, you know, I'm walking into a trap, and I can figure out all the solution, but I'm still going to leave with bruises, you know, scrapes and bruises and stuff. And that concerns me, you know. I want to do what's best for this show. I want to do what's best for me. More than anything, like I said, Phil's a guy that I've, you know, he's been an acquaintance. Like I said, I haven't talked to him in literally since it's.
Now you see how, first off, yet again, as I told you about, the atmosphere, the mood has completely changed since the first time around. Now, also, I mean, let's be honest, he never said that him and DSP were friends, but he's putting the emphasis on, you know, we're really just acquaintances or whatever, because that's what you guys are. You hung out at an event 13 years ago for a day or two and whatever. You don't know really shit about each other. DSP can sit there and try in his head to manufacture or to construct some type of long-term friendship that you guys may have had, but truth be told, you guys don't know each other. As it pertains to, you shouldn't put so much pressure on yourself as it pertains to this interview. No one's gonna really be appeased more often than not, so that shouldn't be a big deal to you, and that shouldn't be something that shakes you. But clearly, you are shaken from the idea that you're gonna walk into this and you're not gonna walk out the exact same way, and that's actually kind of unfortunate. It's unfortunate that DSP is such a piece of fucking garbage that anybody that is associated with him now has to be readily concerned about themselves and their well-being or whatever the case may be, just to do quote-unquote business with them. At the same time, I think it's fair to say that you've made some, you may have rushed to judgment on a couple of things as it pertains to his detractors, maybe, or maybe about the validity of DSP's character, and people are going to take some offense to that. Do I think you yourself or your family or anything else should be at risk over that? No. I do think that you should tread carefully. You should tread very, very carefully, and not just with DSP, but with anybody. Anybody controversial, I should say, but really anybody. You kind of have to be careful, because a lot of people have followings. And you're worried about, and you have a right to be, you're kind of worried about how detractors, trolls, haters, and critics are going to kind of perceive the situation. Something that no one's really saying, but I'll say it because I'm interested. I'm interested in whatever DSP says to you, how his own audience is going to take it. The people who are in the trenches every day listening to DSP's bullshit, listening to us crying and complaining and his woe is me and his angry snorts and everything else. If that story changes even in the slightest way, and any of those dents can rub a couple of brain cells together and figure that out, that's what I'm really looking forward to. So as much as the interview, I understand, is supposed to be the main event, truth be told, I'm more interested in what the aftermath is going to be. Because I think DSP is supposed to have a show after their show. I'm anxious on how that's going to go, especially if DSP decides to lie on this podcast. I'm very anxious what's he going to do when he gets to the Bottom Bitch podcast, his own shit, and how he tries to spin shit and try to keep everybody in line over there. On top of the fact, Craig, since he's not going to be dual streaming this, if you will, when DSP gets back to his own podcast, I'm wondering how he's going to drum up money or contributions or whatever out of his own audience. I'm really curious of how he's going to do that. Hey guys, I was over there for 2 hours or whatever the case may be, and I've already had an extremely long morning because I had to wake up extra early to show up over there, or whatever the case may be. And we may do a gameplay stream or we may not. I have no clue. But I'm just going to say, I don't know if we're going to do a gameplay stream or not. I have no real idea, but contributions would be great right now. I would really appreciate it because I spent the first part of my work day over there with these guys, and some support over here would be very much appreciated. Who says something like that? Who says something like that? So the point I'm trying to make is, whatever happens on the podcast happens on the podcast. It is what it is. You're going to trip, you're going to fall, you're going to get back up. It is what it is. But what happens afterwards, and more importantly, how his audience responds to the interview, I think is something that you should really be considering. Not concerned with, but you should be considerate of it.
In well over a decade. So what's happened between then, I'm just now learning. But my ultimate responsibility is, for this show, for you guys, and for my family. So I want to do the best job I can possibly do. I'm going to do the best job I can possibly do. And when I say I'm in a no-win situation, it's because ultimately, no matter what I do, people aren't going to be happy with it. And I think that's kind of the most sobering aspect of this, because I realize I'm on the internet and people are going to do their best to, people are going to do their best to critique literally everything. Like everything I say right now, people are going to critique it. Because I have somehow stepped into this lore, which I didn't mean to by any means. I'm just a dude who likes to talk video games, and that's it. So,
Jesus Christ! I mean, you're not wrong on any of those grounds, but god damn, you sound deflated. Come on, chap. You need to cheer up, buddy. Yeah, you sound. Oh my god, you sound almost defeated before you even got into the ring, my friend. No, you probably weren't expecting that, but Jesus Christ, you need to get chipper, because if not, you're gonna end up getting frustrated. You get frustrated, you get angry, and then you may actually go at DSP in an aggressive manner, which would be appropriate. But even I am advocating that you shouldn't do that. You're putting a lot of pressure on yourself. It's the internet. Not everybody's going to be satisfied with anything. But Jesus, you sound beat down a little bit already. Not necessarily beat up, but you do sound a bit beat up. Not beat down yet, but you definitely sound a little bit beat up. And yet again, ladies and gentlemen, these people don't have any... How do I word it like this? They don't have any experiences, honestly, with locales. And if they have, not this close. Earlier on in this broadcast, from afar, maybe meme type shit, whatever. You know what I'm saying? This is probably the closest that any of them have ever been. I mean, now, Craig, I have another question, which I'll pose probably at the end of this broadcast if I remember. Are you going to invite Wings of Redemption on maybe one day? He was a big name in gaming at one time or another. Review Tech USA, you're going to bring him in? Spoonie 1? See, you got to understand, like, there's a de-evolution that's happened on the internet. As quickly as the internet grew up and evolved, it devolved in a way too. And there's always going to be people that are going to follow those stages. I'm very, very curious on who else of an eccentric type lolcow nature he may consider getting on later. I'm not trying to say this is a lolcow podcast. I'm just saying there's a lot of interesting people in the gaming and in gaming and whatnot. A lot of people did a lot of dirt. A lot of people saw a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Spoonie especially. Spoonie saw a lot of shit, and a lot of shit that he didn't speak on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to accuse him of anything as it pertains to Drew Wario Drew Wario. I'm not going to accuse him of any, or is it Drew Mario? I think it was Drew Wario. It could be Mario though. I'm not accusing him of any of that nonsense, but there was a lot of people who saw that and didn't do nothing. And then everybody wanted to come out later, like during Kick Vic, and then wanted to speak their piece on bullshit. But the point being is that in gaming, especially these old school guys, there's a lot of nonsense floating around. There's a lot of silly shit out there. DSP is your is merely an appetizer for what nonsense is going to potentially pop up later. And not every following is going to be as civil, if you will. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
That's kind of where it's at. So I'm going to do my best. I'm working with as many detractors as I possibly can. I've DM'd several of them to say, like, what would you like asked? And I will ask those questions, but I'm going to ask them in a polite way. I'm not going to shine the light on this guy and you know, you need to say this. Like, I'm going to be respectful to his time. And, you know, but with that said, that doesn't mean they're going to be softball questions. I do think that there's questions that need to be asked, and that there's questions that should be answered. So that's kind of where it's at. So
I'm going into all of this. I don't know anything about who this guy is. I heard the like DSP before. I didn't even know what it was referring to. Now I know that it's a person. Like, I didn't, before you said like, oh, you know, we're going to interview DSP, and I'm like, what is that? You know, and then now I'm basically learning everything as I go along here. So I see a lot of people in chat that are clearly upset that you're even talking to him, and then clearly they already have a lot of info about him that they know about. I mean, I personally know people that I've worked with in the YouTube internet space that have turned out to be liars and cheats and frauds, and it's like it's pretty shitty when you find out that the person that you thought who they were isn't, or at least they were hiding who they really were. It's like, it's really fucking shitty. So yeah, but I still really don't know much about him other than what you guys have mentioned, and it's like, so
well, so here's like, so this is a great example. So Shinko says, now asking about the lying, that's all we care about. So if I go to Phil and I say, tell me about the lying,
right?
Yeah.
But how's he gonna respond?
Yeah.
Like if you guys,
he already said in his email that 99% of what they're saying is a lie. So it's like he's, you know, that doesn't sound. I mean, that sounds pretty inaccurate to me. You know,
well, look,
according to the hate that he's getting. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's some things that are true about what they're saying. I don't know if it's all true, but
there's always this side, and then there's always this side, and then there's the truth, right? And we all know that, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure that, you know, Phil's saying, oh, 99% of the stuff they say is wrong, right? I'm sure it's not nearly 99%, right? And
but
I'm sure people say, go ahead.
From his perspective, it is 99%, because you know what I'm saying, if that makes any kind of sense.
Right, exactly.
Because he sees what he wants to see.
So anyways, right. I think at the end of the day, like, I'm just going to do the best I can, right? And there are people who like revolve their online presence around Phil. And if that's what they want to do, that's awesome. That's great. Do your thing. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure I do the best job I can. And I don't want to harm this show or you guys or me or my family because of a stupid interview, right? And I mean that endearingly, right? Like, this is just going to be one segment on a show that happens Monday through Friday, you know, for an entire year, you know, every day, you know. So like, this is one part of the show, and I'm excited for this. I think this is a really big challenge, but I honestly feel that given like the immediate like wave of just like over the last 2 days, I don't think I'm in a situation where I can be successful at all, regardless of how successful I truly am.
You're putting way too much emphasis on this. Holy shit. Okay, so wow. Okay. I initially was gonna say self-pity. It's kind of like that. I don't know how you could have DSP on a show, or how DSP could be on a show on a regular basis. To be honest with you, if 2 days worth of research, interacting with people, and just general responses have brought you to this, what's Craig gonna look like in a couple of months when he's like, oh yeah, you know, show, I don't know. show 60 or whatever. You know, it's like that's like a month down the line or whatever. You know, DSP will be back on. We're going to talk about this, that, and the third, yada, yada, yada. And then he gets bombarded again. Or he gets bombarded in the chat. Or with super chats or whatever the case may be. Or on Twitch or whatever with bits or cheers or whatever the case may be. Or tips. Like, what's, you know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't going to end well. It didn't really start well, to be honest, but it's not going to end well, if you will. I'm not saying to abandon DSP. Do what you want, man. Like I said, if you can profit off of him and, you know what I'm saying, and put the boot on his neck, go ahead. You're going to find, let's step away from the lolcow shit for a second. Actually. Okay, because I call DSP a fraud. I call him a poser. Let's talk about that for a second. So, you guys are a gaming podcast, right? So, after all the lolcow stuff goes away, or you guys are done talking about that, now you want to talk to him like an actual person, if you can even do that. And I don't mean that as a slight against the podcast itself. I'm just saying it's hard to, after seeing what you've seen, how are you going to treat DSP like a normal person? Like, I'm honestly asking Craig in the podcast that, because you guys look kind of deflated at the moment. And it's only been a couple days. I don't know what exactly you know or what you don't know, but yet again, I would assume just in some of the stuff that Proper has sent you, it's enough to make you change your opinion of somebody, no matter how objective you try to be. You're going to see things, and you're going to hear things that you can't necessarily unsee or unhear. You have gone from, this is going to be a fun podcast just to get them on, whatever, to now you're starting to sound like DSP in the aspect of, I need to do what I can to protect my family. And I don't have a problem with that, nor am I coming from a place of ignorance to where I don't understand that. But what I'm saying is look how quickly things have changed, just like that. So now you want to bring him onto your show later on now. And you want, after you've gotten this monkey off your back, quote unquote, and you want to talk to him about video games and how much is he going to really be able to tell you? DSP is a fraud. He's never been good at games. He's very opinionative of games, right? He holds a very high opinion of himself when it pertains to games. But he's not very good at games. He never really has. So now, with that being said, if you bring up a particular company who has had a long history with games and DSP has had a problem with them, you're going to have people in the chat saying, oh, well, what about when DSP said he hopes this person gets fired? Or these people don't make shitty games and they deserve to lose their jobs. Yada, yada, yada. That's the thing as it pertains to the Vortex. There are so many different ways to attack Phil. Because he's opened his fucking snout about so many goddamn things. And some of the worst takes possible. That you're going to be in an uncomfortable situation far after this podcast goes away. I'm not saying it's going to be, fire and brimstone from here on out. I'm not saying that per se. I'm just saying that DSP has made some really shitty takes on games. Metal Gear Solid is yet again one of the many. It's one of the many circumstances that have put Phil where he's at, because he was an ignorant bastard and he couldn't keep his fucking bullshit to himself, and has been crying and complaining later. He doesn't even, just in case you guys haven't noticed, excuse me. If you've really been paying attention as of late, DSP doesn't even he doesn't even blame his Metal Gear Solid play for fucking him up. He just puts all of that emphasis on this is how you don't play. Because he used to say, oh, all you guys who are fucking fanboys of Kojima and of Metal Gear Solid, you guys are all fucking losers, this, that, and the third. No. Then he said, oh, well, I got my whole fucking life ruined because I had a take about a game and shit, and I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I just, whatever. And then now he blames this is how you don't play. Now he exclusively blames this is how you don't play. Even though it showed his own ignorance as it pertains to games, as it pertains to following instructions, just in being a gamer in general. So if you want to talk about games to DSP, that's something else that a whole wave of people are going to be able to come in and shout on him for. And he's not going to handle that either. He's really not. And you can't protect him from that. Nor should you. DSP has said some very ridiculous shit as it pertains to gaming culture. And he's going to be taken to task for it. I'm not saying you have to sit there and let him completely be bloodletted on your fucking podcast, but you have to be ready for that too if you plan on moving in the long term. I'm just throwing it out there. Consider it unsolicited advice.
It's one of them things, like, after I said that bankruptcy is not people's business, people say, well, it's a matter of public record. Just because something's a matter of public record does not mean that you should go post it in a chat. So just because your information is, so what if Darksydephil did that to all the people who dislike him? What if he went and got your information about your bankruptcy, or went and found your parents' address? You know what I'm saying? So hypocrisy is my
Theoretically, if you're saying doxing or just spreading people's personal information, DSP did do that. He did that with one of his mods. I don't know if it was PW Dubs or not. Excuse me. I don't remember if it was PW Dubs, but for PW, I think it was PW Dubs. Don't hold me to that. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Let's just say this. One of his mods, pretty sure it's PW Dubs, but one of his mods had to sit there and essentially prove who they were or whatever they needed, or DSP wanted verification or whatever the case may be. And the guy gave DSP a picture of his license. DSP takes that shit and immediately goes into another mod chat and lays that out for everybody. That came off of the fucking Anonymous leaks. And so he has no problem with doing that. Matter of fact, I'll give you another example. And you might still be able to find this on his Twitter if you look hard enough. It's years old. DSP was having a problem with Streamlabs. Can't remember what the exact issue was, but he had a problem with Streamlabs. This idiot took a screenshot of all the people, first and last names, that give him money through Streamlabs and posted that shit publicly on Twitter. Was that not doxing then? Because I don't think all the people that were on there, those were their names that they were going by on when they popped up on Twitch. Right? I think that was legitimately, he was putting out people's first and last names. So it's not like DSP isn't fucking new to this shit. This is what he does. And one could make the argument, oh, well, what about back when he was doing the weekend preview and he used to have the name crawl for people on Patreon. I mean, one could make the example out of that as well, or one could say, you know, hey, if that's the name that they chose to put out there, it is what it is. So, I mean, make of that what you will. That's a little bit harder for me to... I wouldn't say it's harder for me to nitpick, but, I mean, I think the Streamlab thing holds a little bit more weight than that. But that's neither here nor there, I suppose. I mean, you could take it equally if you will. The point is real people's first and last names were out there. And DSP held no qualm over that, so, you know what I'm saying? So he could bitch at fucking Streamlabs on Twitter so he could get his little bit of money or whatever the case may be. It's not like DSP isn't above this. And it's not like DSP didn't use his bullshit website to try to fucking find out who Be Awesome One was. Or, I'll even give you another example. Back when Blood for the Blood Gods, this is when Brightside Viking went to war with Kiwi Farms. Excuse me. DSP's website, the King of Hate Forums, or whatever it was called, he knew that his website was compromised. He knew that the people on that website was exposed. And instead of being honest with people and telling them, hey, I think some of you guys got compromised, you know, you guys may need to change your information around or whatever the case may be, quickly before you guys are further, you know, exposed. He sat there and pretended like nothing was going on. Everybody was lying, this, that, and the third. And next thing you know, people from that site were being doxxed by the day. DSP could have stopped all that. He could have stopped all that by just denouncing Brightside Viking. But he could have further been transparent with his fucking audience by telling them, hey, my site has been compromised. You guys need to change up your information before shit gets worse. But see, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to go. He didn't want to take a loss. So he would rather other people get fucked up than him doing the right thing and trying to protect his quote unquote fans. And this is what I said in the last video, well, whatever that video was, about you don't have to hit DSP on the big shit. There's plenty of small shit that he's done that are equally as egregious, or at least which if you're trying to hold some type of fucking moral grounds on anything, would fucking go against your sensibilities. You don't have to just go after the big stuff.
Problem. You know what I mean?
Apparently, according to chat, he did in fact do that.
Right. They said he doxed somebody. So here's the issue, right? So they're all upset that he did that, but then they do it to him. You see my problem? And that's my issue here.
Well, so like, and if he doxed somebody, I'll ask him about that. Why did you do that? Why did you think that's okay? Do you think it's hypocritical of you to dox somebody when you're upset? That's like,
okay, wait. So dude's trying to say, not Craig, the other guy, dude with the Zelda shit, is saying that okay, two wrongs don't make a right. You know what I'm saying? He doxed someone, you guys got upset with it, so you guys doxed him. But we didn't dox him. He doxed himself. That's where the main problem is. He doxed himself. And two, DSP knew he was wrong with what he did and chose to do it anyway. Here's the thing. Let's go back to the King of Hate, the King of Hate moniker or the argument or whatever. DSP says the reason why he calls himself the King of Hate is because people hated on him, right? And he takes that shit. He balls up his piggy hoof and whatnot, and he uses it to fuel him. I don't hate on people. I just hate on people who hated on me first. Are you going to sit there and say to him, hey, this whole King of Hate moniker is a bit disruptive. It's a bit concerning. Did you really think it was a good idea to emphasize us? Oh, no. People take it out of context. It doesn't mean that I'm racist. DSP is racist, but it doesn't mean that I'm racist. It means that people hate on me, so I hate on them back. Does that not seem a little bit childish? Does that not seem a little bit fucking ridiculous? There's a lot of people who dislike a lot of people online, and they don't run around calling themselves a king of fucking hate. So if we're going to sit there and say, hey, he did this, you guys got mad at it, now you guys do it to him, how are you guys any better? Let's go back into DSP's origins and be like, why the fuck did you call yourself the king of hate? Because people were hating on you. And then you turned around and did it to them. What made that right? And more importantly than that, that right there hurt DSP more in the long run, but also reinforced all of the negativity and all the fucking resentment that he holds for people. And all of his reactions to shit that he's gone through. Him calling himself the king of hate reinforces why he did all of it. DSP is the problem. I'm not saying that people didn't go overboard. I'm not saying... Even me doing this shit is fucking silly. So I readily acknowledge that. You know what I'm saying? I readily acknowledge that. But but DSP doesn't get an out because, oh, well, you know, he did this, you both fucked up. He holds that, he's still going to hold that responsibility along with, you know, with us, if you will, or so be it, or whatever the case may be. Both parties are still involved and they're both going to have to take the hit. The problem is DSP don't want to take the hit. He thinks he was justified in what he did, got caught because he boasted about the damn thing, and now he thinks, oh, well, look at what they keep doing, it's their fault. Even though he's the initial cause. The reason why he keeps dealing with the bullshit is because he started the bullshit. And he wasn't mature enough to stop. He just kept on doing it, or he tried to keep finding ways to keep doing it.
Well, a legal issue is also different than a moral issue.
Right. But
the world is immoral. I'm just saying that.
But it's important to ask those questions, right? If he did do those things, why? Why did you do that? You know, like I think doxing, personally, I think doxing should be illegal and punishable by the, you know, most extent.
I thought it was. That's why I said it before, but no, it's apparently allowed still, amazingly.
Right. Phil says
it's against almost every platform.
Yeah, most of them, and then it'll lead to like illegalities, like harassment, etc.
And this is actually a really important question. So Phil says, Phil Collins, and I've seen him on Twitter. He says Phil made his financials his viewers' business by begging for money and crying poor, making $100K a year. So, and I mean this, like, I'm genuinely asking, what makes him different than every other streamer?
Exactly.
Because streamers ask for your subs. They talk about super chats or bits or whatever.
Okay, like, I can jump on that a bit. Okay, so what makes DSP any different from anyone else who asks for money online? It's how DSP does it. If you have do I use Twitch thoughts in this? Can I do that? Can I normalize what a Twitch thought does? Let me take on that. All right, let's say any other average streamer who has monetization in place to where you can donate to them, right? How many of them do you see have a pre-stream where they're like, "Hey guys, tip goal right here. I need this money to pay my bills." Like, blatantly telling you that. I need this money to pay my bills. I need this money for my taxes. I need this money so me and my wife don't have to eat fucking cold cut sandwiches on our day off. I need this money so I can afford games. The concept of streamers making money, streaming as a job or whatever the case may be, is understood. DSP is fucking egregious about it. It's obnoxious. On top of that, DSP has admitted to lying about shit to get his way, which is even more of a problem. On top of that, DSP has an audience of people who are mentally and physically disabled, or who have applied for fucking, who have gone through multiple bankruptcies, or just people that are just generally bad with finances. And this is the people that he preys upon. So how the fuck do you say, "Oh, I don't have any money to do anything, I don't have any money to buy anything," yet you order yourself a new television? Or you are able to order yourself another controller, or you're doing this or you're doing that. But when your audience as a whole is saying, "Hey, DSP, play this game right here. This is a great game." "Oh, I don't have the money for it." "Oh, DSP, hey, DSP, did you watch the Sony event, yada yada? This game's coming out. Oh, I'm going to skip it because I'm not going to have the money for that. I got so many other games to play right now." But then you put but then he'll sit there and tell you in the same snort, "Oh, well, my day off is coming up with Cat, and we don't cook that day." He's told us this. He doesn't. We don't cook that day. That's the one day of the week that we don't cook. So we order food that day, and that's more important than me playing this game that all you guys are demanding me to play. It's the reasoning behind it. Everybody knows that when you go on to a streamer's fucking stream and whatnot, and you donate or whatever, that's going to go to something. Help pay a bill, a peripheral, whatever the case may be. They don't give you the bullshit and the sob stories, and they don't contradict their stories to keep you giving them money. How is it that someone who has the quote-unquote following on the platforms that he has needs crowdfunding and doesn't want to go ahead and do sponsorships and do endorsements? If you're doing this for a living, you should be looking at every available avenue that is available to you to make money, to keep your business going, and to essentially to fund your lifestyle. DSP don't do that. He picks and chooses when he feels like doing that. Like that Mario Sonic Winter Olympics nonsense or debacle. Quick reference. DSP, I'm pretty sure it was Mario Sonic Winter Olympics. DSP's playing this game that he had been hyping up for a little while and shit. His playthrough turns out to be utter trash. People are saying, "Why are you playing this?" People were laughing at him in this on his Twitch chat, saying, "Why did you spend money on this? Don't you feel kind of silly? This is such a bad game, yada 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 yada." Because DSP's ego outweighs everything. He comes out and admits, "Oh, I didn't pay for this game. Oh no, this was a review copy. This is what this is. This was a sponsored." Not sponsored. This was a review copy. This was like I got a free code from the company to play this game or whatever. I didn't spend any money on this. Ha ha ha. Then all of a sudden the chat's like, "Wait, what? I thought you said you don't take free games through companies and shit like that." And then that turned into a whole nother piece of shit problem in itself. Instead of DSP thinking about his situation, he chose to react. And DSP is such a lying piece of garbage that I am of the theory that over the years, most of those playthroughs, he didn't buy those games. He begged for money so he could afford those games to play. But something tells me, deep down, under this suit and under this triple button vest and whatnot, something tells me deep down that most of the games that DSP was playing on Twitch, he was given review copies for, or he was given endorsement copies or influencer copies or whatever. Something tells me that. And he lied to people for months, if not years, about he bought all those games and he really didn't. Something tells me. Because if he'll do it that one time with Mario Sonic Winter Olympics or whatever that game was, who's to say that he didn't do it before, and who says he hasn't done it since? This is the same man, Craig, who sat there and said, "Hey, I can't afford games. If you guys tip me, those tips will go towards me playing games." I use tips at one time. DSP used to say, "I exclusively use your tips to afford games." Then, Craig, that ended up evolving to, "Oh, you guys can send me game codes directly." Then that evolved into, "Oh, you guys can actually just send me credits for PlayStation, for Xbox, and for Nintendo. You can send me credits from all those different avenues respectfully, and I can purchase games that way." He literally put his business expenses on the audience and blatantly told them that, and probably lied about most of it. And then, one more thing, and then let's keep moving. Go back to the DJ Runo situation. That was Untitled Goose Game, $20. DSP said he couldn't afford it. He couldn't play the game because he couldn't afford it. DJ Runo sends him the money and says, "Here you go. Now you can afford the game, yada, yada, yada." DSP says thanks. A couple days later, DSP still ain't playing it. DJ Runo's like, "What's going on? I gave you the $20 for it. Oh, well, I had to use that 20 for something else. Sorry." And then that led into that huge-ass debacle. That's the difference between DSP and other people who do that shit. When you donate to... If I donate to Tevin, I have an idea of where that money's going. He doesn't need to tell me. I have an idea of where it's going. I've never given money to DSP. Never will. But if you give money to DSP, he'll lie to you. He'll do whatever he can to prompt you to give him money and to keep giving him money, and you'll never know where that money really goes. That's the problem. It comes down to trust. And would you give money to someone you don't trust?
So why is his financial information so much their business, but say PewDiePie's isn't, or Mr. Beast, or what I'm saying?
And I mean that
because they don't put their financial problems online. That's why. I think I already answered that, but I'm jumping the gun a little bit.
How was that different? I'm genuinely asking. I'm not trying to be like play you as a fool. I'm genuinely asking how is it different, and saying, well, like, really?
If he's taking advantage of people and lying about it and milking it for lying and saying like, "Oh, I'm hurting," and then people tugging on their heartstrings and taking advantage of them, that isn't okay. And then of course the people who watch him, who did support him, then suddenly it's like, "Bro, you were lying the whole time. You are doing good. I fucking supported you."
Well, I think that doing good is also a matter of perspective as well.
I think
he may had he may had $1 million mortgage with a monthly mortgage payment of $3,000 a month. Well, he ain't making that $3,000 a month to everybody else. That seems like a lot of money for mortgage, but he has this mortgage he has to pay. You see my point?
Yeah, I see your point. Mortgage. But that's where the bankruptcy. That's where the fucking bankruptcy came into play. Because DSP was sitting there saying that he needed all this money to cover all these bills and this, that, and the third. And come to find out, he was only paying the minimum monthly balance on those credit cards anyway. He was only paying the minimum monthly payment on his credit card, or on his car payment. He's paying the minimum monthly on his mortgage when he makes more than enough money to pay in a little bit more. And where's all that? And so because we're only paying the bare minimum, and that's only a small chunk of what his overall yearly gross income is, right? Including his taxes and all that too. Where's all the residual going? He's not banking it because he says he has no money in the bank. So where's that money going? And yet again, this is what he put out there. He did this to himself. That's where the problem lies.
Right. I'm just giving an example, but
I think so. There's a lot in there, right? The idea that you have you're being supported by your audience. Right. And the question is, what are you spending your money on to where you have to constantly come back to ask your audience for money? Right. And as I've done my research, the consistent theme along here is when he went into bankruptcy court, he says he spends about $5,000 a month for business expenses, right? And the assumption is that $5,000 a month is spent on microtransactions for mobile games, because the assumption is that he's very addicted to mobile games. He has a gambling problem, and so when he's been asked about those things,
does he use it for content?
I don't know, but that's the thing is
no. Now that's a great point. Does he use? That's a great question. Does he use those microtransactions for content? No, he doesn't. Because he'd be able to justify that as a write-off later. I see where dude's going. But DSP don't do that because DSP's stupid. So now you're seeing the gears kind of turn in people's heads. Like, okay, so he's throwing all this money on a game that he's not making content out of, and yet he's tanking all this money into microtransactions that he's not profiting off of in any type of way. He's not able to justify it in a reasonable way based on his begging and his need for constant, his need for a steady support to come in. That's where the problem comes into play.
Like I said, I haven't watched a stream of his. I don't know if I'm sure he does play mobile games on his stream, whatever. But that's beyond the point. The idea that, if you're spending,
and this is where, ladies and gentlemen, Craig's gonna box himself into a corner. Like, you're kind of already seeing it, but this is where he's gonna box himself into a corner, and then we're gonna have to just start rationalizing. Okay, what part of that question that I've asked you is really important based on your answer or not? So now, is it gonna be we're going for the truth, or we're gonna go for what we're comfortable with? Are we going to go for the truth, or we're going to go with what appeases people enough that, we can try to keep moving forward and I don't have to keep fighting this on my personal time, as a concern that Craig's already put out there. You see how DSP has, has pushed the weight onto these people? And how, like I said, I don't think there's going to be any long-term, I don't think there's going to be any ramifications from this either which way, let alone any long-term ones. But now, what was supposed to be just a fun little podcast, and we're not going to turn this into an interrogation, we're not here for that. It sounds like a bunch of lawyers in a room literally trying to figure out, hey, how the fuck we're going to try to get this guy off, or how we're going to prosecute him. Because they're kind of trying to defend him and prosecute him at the same time. And you can feel the air literally being sucked out of the room. And this is not what these people are here for. This is not what these people are here for. Anyway, let's continue.
A month on mobile games, and you're constantly asking your community for money. I don't think it's unfair for them to say, look, you said you needed this big
actually,
push lined up.
real quick, as it pertains to the gambling shit. If anybody is in their chat that day, don't do this on my behalf. Do it on your behalf, so you get the credit, get the clout for this shit. I can't remember who the guy's name is. Some bald dude on fucking Twitch who has some fucking he had a massive fucking gambling addict. This is just recent. This is only in the last couple months. He had a massive fucking gambling problem. And he was going to other big streamers that he had built these relationships over the years, and he was literally pulling like $150,000 each out of these people just to sink it back into gambling. I can't remember what he was gambling. I can't remember if he was doing like online poker or whatever the case may be, but he was tanking. He was tanking money, and he turned people against him. He literally turned a lot of these big streamers. I don't want to name no names, because I can't remember all of them, but it was a bunch of really big names on Twitch. He literally lied to these people of what he needed the money for, and now he's not even in a position to pay any of these guys back. These are people he's been friends with for years. People who were like, hey man, I can send you 50 grand. Hey man, I can send you 100,000. I know XQC was one of them. Or no, XQC was one of the guys who said he would pay people back on his behalf. But this guy fucked over a shitload of people. a shitload of people to fucking hold on to a gambling habit, a gambling addiction that he thought he could win and eventually get these people their money back, and he just kept losing, and he kept justifying it. And not only did he bleed his friends on Twitch or whatever, and his audience. That's the real thing. He bled the fuck out of his audience. He also ran through his family ruckshot too. So what I'm trying to say is that you cannot be dismissive as it pertains to gambling addiction and the effects that has on not just DSP himself or his wife and Jasper, but to his audience, to other content creators who may want to help Phil out, but they can't because they can't trust him, or they know better. These are things that you have to take into account.
With the big release of this game, talk about that. Why, and was this just coincidence? If so, it's an odd coincidence. The idea that you needed money for this new shower head, or whatever. There's an instance like that, and he needed to pay $1,000, but it also lined up with a special event in the game where he was going to spend money. Things like that. There's these very, very interesting coincidences. And like I said, those are questions that I think need to be asked. There's also questions like, there's accusations of him. There's video of him saying things that would be considered sexist, homophobic, racist, things like that, as well as taking advantage of handicapped people. That's the phrase that I've seen. So, these are all, like I said, these are all questions that need to be asked. And
I like that because somebody disagrees with me. I'm dumb now.
Right. Well, welcome to the internet.
The chat is everything for a streamer. I've been streaming for a couple years now, and I wouldn't be able to continue doing it without my chat. If they suddenly found out that I was taking advantage of them and lying about certain things that, I don't even ask my audience for money. I feel weird doing that. I feel weird asking them to subscribe because it feels I don't know. I want people.
You're not supposed to.
Regardless, people do it anyway, and I don't feel like it. It doesn't feel right for me to do that. But I understand, and I personally know people that take advantage of their audience and see their audience as dollar signs and don't see them as the reason why they're successful. So when you make that switch and no longer see people on the other side and just see dollar signs, it ruins your not necessarily your credibility, but the connection that you have with the people that actually watch you. And when they find out,
you kind of get it. You kind of get it, but I don't want to give you too much because we'll see. But you kind of get it. It's not just looking at these people as dollar signs. It's not about just breaking an established trust that you may have with people who have watched you for many years. DSP is completely and utterly codependent on the people who watch him, who give him money, who walk him through videos or through video games and whatever the case may be. He's completely and utterly dependent on these people. At the same time, he does not like them, nor does he respect them. Let me explain. When DSP looks, I'm going to use Tevin for example, praise be. When DSP looks at Almighty Tevin, he looks at someone who produces views, who generates money, but people clamor to hear. People respect what Tevin says and will wait to hear him speak on whatever. That's what kind of DSP perceives that as power. It may be influence, but certainly DSP perceives that as power. But that right there is the culmination of years upon years of doing something, right? Or doing this, if you will. And with very few hiccups along the way, right? Like Tevin's pretty bang on the things that he talks about. And how it unfolds or whatever the case may be. But at the same time, it's fair to say that Tevin's actually also rather civil. He wasn't someone who advocated for people from his restream to go over there and troll DSP on his stream or whatever the case may be. That wasn't something that he's admonished people for. He said, "Hey, I don't want you to do that. It's kind of lame." and whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? You guys have an outlet to say what you want to say or whatever the case may be. That right there should be good enough. We don't need any kind of cross-platforming type shit or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Tevin has built quite a bit of respectability amongst larger content creators who watch DSP content but don't necessarily interact with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been on streams of other content creators who reference Tevin as they pertain to some dumb shit that they may have seen DSP do. That's clout. That right there is the type of clout and reach that most people won't ever get. And with that being said, has any of you can think of a time that Tevin's ever been dishonest with you about anything? Do any of you ever remember a time where Tevin has led you astray about anything? So when you, and that's just one example, I'm sure there are plenty of detractors who fit into that same mold. Not to the degree that Tevin does, but you know what I mean. With DSP don't care about people like that. People are to be used and discarded once their uses are over with. Whether you're hand-holding me through a game, whether you're giving me moral support, while you're giving me a sentimental comfort and shit. Like, a DSP fan not only is funding the fucking enterprise, he has to be a fucking therapist, he has to be a pseudo friend, he has to be like fucking more. He has to essentially be moral support. He has to be a news anchor. It's too much. You got to be a graphic designer. You have to be a fucking editor. It's ridiculous what DSP expects from people, and what he believes he's expected to give to those people. DSP translates his years of content that he's put out there, garbage as it is. That right there is the toll. That's what I've paid to you guys. That's my blood, sweat, and tears and snorts. Now, everything that I ask you for isn't unreasonable. Because look at everything that I've done for you. So pay up. There shouldn't be a problem with me demanding $300 a day from you, $600 a day from you, $900 a day for you, from you. Because look at all the content that I've made. Look at all the content that you guys love so much. Think about all the comments that you've left on my videos, on his videos, DSPs, that you've left saying, hey, we love what you do. You've gotten me through a hard time, this, that, and the third. DSP takes all of that to the dome and is like, you owe me. You owe me. You said I've done all of this stuff for you over the years. You owe me. And that's why the system over there in the Snort Fort is the way it is. It's literally a bunch of people trying to pay back a debt that, one, isn't really a debt, but two, that they can never really pay back. Because DSP will constantly keep pushing the envelope or raising the bar or whatever you want, or pushing the goalpost back, if you will, to get them until he gets his fill. And there is no pun intended, and there is no real fill. There is no, I've had enough. I am appeased. And that's what the problem is. It's beyond just trust. It's so much deeper than that. It's so much deeper than that. Anyway.
Taking advantage of them and lying to them. It's just, people are pissed about it. So I'm sensing that energy. And I as I said, like, I know people in this space that have done that, and some have been called out on it and are still successful, surprisingly. And, some watchers out there don't even care, and it's kind of sad, but I don't know. I don't.
But that right there is a normalization of it. He makes another fantastic point, that there are people out there who rip off other people or whatever, feed them lies or whatever bullshit, and people just let it happen. And they're like, oh, whatever, who cares? Well, Sammy Samosa used to be like that. If for all of you guys who remember that shit. Fucking SOK had him on a couple times, I think. Excuse me. And they used to be like, hey, how do you feel about your money going here? How do you feel like your money being wasted like this? How do you feel about that? Sammy Samosa told him with a straight fucking face, I don't give a shit. I donate my money to Phil because I appreciate what he does, and whatever he does with it is his business. I don't care. And I can't remember who was the member of SOK at the time, but they were like, "You're really okay with that? You're really okay with him using your money in a way that he's not telling you, or he's not actually." Let's reword that. You're okay with DSP using your money in a way that is different from how he advertised or how he chose to solicit it. He's like, "I don't care. Whatever he decides to do with it is whatever he decides to do with it. Once I've given it to him, it's his." Yada yada yada. Which is something else that DSP has said in the past, that, hey, when you donate money to me, it's my money and I'll do what I want with it. I don't care what I told you initially I was going to use that money for, just like the DJ Runo situation. It's my money now. I'll do what I want. You don't tell me, "Oh, here's the money, use it for this game," or "Here's the money, buy yourself this or buy yourself that." I use it for what I want. Matter of fact, just recently someone said, "Hey, if I donated X amount of money to you, could you use this for," I can't remember if it was to give something to Catherine or to purchase something for her or whatever the case may be. DSP damn near immediately shut that shit down. And he says, "If you donate that, I'll talk to Catherine and we'll figure out how we're going to use the money appropriately, whatever the case may be. But, we'll talk it out or whatever." Some nonsense. But here, I can give you an even better example. When DSP's parents, they sent Catherine money for Christmas. She wanted an exercise bike because DSP didn't want her going to the gym no more. So he purchased the exercise bike that she wanted. He botched it on assembly, which doesn't make any sense how he couldn't put a damn near already put together exercise bike. He somehow fucked that up. Bitched and complained to his audience for days on end on how the exercise bike was cheap and it was poorly made or poorly constructed, yada, yada, yada. He made it seem like it wasn't his fault that it fucked up. Finally got it returned, and he got the refund back, and he spent the refund on bills. The money didn't even go back to Catherine. DSP said he spent it on things around the house. He spent it on household bills. That was her Christmas money, not his. And he went out of his way to try to spend that shit. Just saying.
The vibe of taking advantage. I love my chat, and I want to support them as much as they support me. So
according to that doc that somebody shared with us, I watched the whole thing, and it said that he lost his monetization on YouTube because he was asking people to do things like click this or donate here and all that. And apparently you're not allowed to do that.
So early on in the YouTube Partner Program, like a decade ago, he put together he said, like, "Hey, it'd be really great if you guys could support me by doing, the monetization wasn't a thing, the super chats, things like that. So the best way to support a creator was clicking ads." And he more or less said, "Hey, like, don't click the ads, wink, 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 type of thing." And I saw the video of it. Like I said, I've done a ton of research on this, like an ungodly amount of research in the last 2 days. And he definitely skirted the rules by being like, "Hey, definitely don't do this." And people did it. And it may have been him for all I know. I don't know. But he talked about how he made a lot of money in the early days of YouTube. And then it dried up during the adpocalypse. And that's why he went to streaming. And becoming a full-time streamer and stuff. So like, there's a lot here, man. There's a lot here, and I think the biggest thing with all this is that
like DSP is trying real hard to put the focus on 2017. He's trying really, really hard to do that, or at least that's what he's feeding them. So what's DSP gonna do? He's gonna go up there and say, "Oh, I blame PewDiePie for Adpocalypse," and then, "Oh, it wasn't my fault. I had to go to Twitch." But that's not true, though. The true story about Twitch, by the way, which you guys should already know this at this point, DSP didn't go back to Twitch in 2017. He went back to Twitch in late 2016. He went back. He had his account reactivated because, as it was told, you don't lose Twitch partnership. Well, things are a little bit different now, but back in the day, you don't lose Twitch partnership per se. Once you're given it, unless you really fuck up, they don't take it away from you. When DSP took his ball and went home, off of Twitch the first time, he just asked them to disconnect his or to deactivate his account. Smart move on his part. In late 2016, he went back and had them reactivate his account. Once he saw that the partnership was still there, and he saw all of the different monetization options, which is the reason why he went back, which is the reason why he reactivated his account anyway. People were telling him, hey, there's different ways of monetizing on Twitch. You should look into this if you need money so badly. Because DSP's been bitching about money for a long ass time. He went back and did so, and that's it. It just happened that that the Adpocalypse hit, that panic led him to his dumb shit with Machinima kicking him off, and then him going back and bathing himself in Twitch. That's what happened. That's what. And funny enough, here, and this is something that I've proposed for many years. DSP fucked himself in that situation because he already had his account activated on Twitch. He could have easily have just gone back and done his bullshit over there, and still have his managed partnership with Machinima, and still have all of his videos, for the most part, protected from copyright because they'd be under the Machinima umbrella, and he would have been fine. And to prove that, ladies and gentlemen, when he got his ass kicked off of Machinima, what did he do? Ran back to Twitch, and then went to any MCN that would take him, so he could protect his catalog on YouTube, so he could continue to make money off of it. That's where Curse comes into play. That's where Lavaria Media or Fotabi ends up coming into play. That's what led him to go back to Curse after that honeypot. That's all DSP had to do, but he didn't want to have to do more than was necessary. So Twitch was a nice little backup for him, but he had no plans of just going back over to Twitch. He had no plans for doing that. Not right away, not when it happened. Because he was still pissed off that Twitch told him to bring down his bit rate when he was over there, because he was streaming at a high bit rate and it was more than the site that could handle. Even though there was other people who were doing it at the time. So what? That's not you. You're not, DSP is not them, and they weren't DSP. And this is that nonsense that DSP is like, oh, everybody should be treated the same, yada yada yada. Fuck that. Take that shit to fucking divorce court, motherfucker. No one is treated equally anywhere. It's a nice dream, but that's what that is. It's a dream. You want to be fucking special? Put yourself in a position to be special. If not, get over it. So that's what that situation comes down to.
Like, we talk about the shark feeding frenzy, right? That we just watched. That's what I feel like I'm surrounded by, right? Right now. And
I thought we were snakes. Now we're sharks? I'm just okay. I'm being a dick at this point. Sorry. I'm not sorry, but you gotta pick. You gotta pick. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get. Do you feel like you're slowly but surely being swarmed, and you're being bit, and essentially being poisoned, or do you feel like you're being devoured? Devoured. Which one is it?
There's a lot of people who want answers, and I'm going to do my best to give you those answers.
I want to say something though. If this guy, if Craig clearly wants to ask the questions that people want to ask this guy, if this is, let's just say all this stuff is true, and this guy is a I don't know, abuser of his chat, like using and taking advantage of people and doing all this stuff. And Craig's like, he's saying, I'm going to ask this guy these questions. The email said, we just read it, or Craig read it earlier. He's like, ask me anything. Just, keep my family out of it, which I absolutely, I'm 100% for. All right, keep the family out, but we got to ask some hard questions, because obviously people are pissed off about what you've done in the past or allegedly done. We want to hear it from you. So wouldn't you want that to happen? Wouldn't you, or is it like a comfortable space right now where you could just stay angry? Because I feel like him coming on this show and Craig actually asking him these tough questions, and I'm skeptical. Like I need to obviously do some research, but I kind of want to see what he has to say if this is all the shit's going down.
So for your question, is that from our perspective, the audience perspective, or his? Wouldn't you asked, wouldn't you want that? From whose perspective? The audience?
The pissed off people.
Oh, I was hoping he was going the angle that, if DSP wants to clear his name and get these people off his back, wouldn't he want that opportunity? Oh, all right, no problem. It is what it is.
I would think the same
supposedly
thing.
took advantage of, it's like, I don't know.
But from what I'm reading is they don't want it because they think he's just going to answer with bullshit anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if the question isn't satisfactory or the answer isn't satisfactory, then I'll ask him.
There's follow up.
Yeah, it's like I don't. You guys got to remember, I have a degree in journalism, right? I was taught how to interview people. I love interviewing.
That right there is going to be a very interesting point later on if this shit goes south. That's all I'm saying. The internet's a big place, and there's a lot of people from a lot of different walks of life who follow the nonsense that DSP and other locals do, or whatever. So you're saying that you know that people are going to probably be disappointed. Not everybody's going to be happy with it, or with what you're doing and how you're going to go about it, and you're just going to try to do your best. I get that, and I roger that. But when you continue to put the emphasis on, I'm a journalist, I'm trained in this, I know how to interview people, and so on and so forth, and I get that, and I understand that you're trying to reestablish trust or maybe even faith in your abilities or whatever the case may be. You got to also realize that's a double-edged sword, because if shit goes south, people will go back to those criterias that you have and point at it and be like, you told us this, you said this, what happened? And that's something that he needs to take into consideration. I understand. I'm not saying that he's fuck it. I understand what he's trying to say in that, hey, I'm proficient in this. I roger that 100%. Okay, I have a degree in gouty bullshit though, so I'm just saying if shit goes south, actually I would say I'd probably have a fucking doctor's degree at this. Well, maybe not. I think I'm close. Definitely have a master's degree in this bullshit though. At the very least, I have that. You just gotta be careful, because you're putting a very large expectation on yourself. And if you don't follow through, that's going to be a reason for people to get mad, because people will just turn back around and say, you told us that you have a background in journalism. You told us you knew what you were doing. So why did shit go south? Just saying.
Most of my interviews I've ever done throughout my career, they've been wacky and fun. But I think this is that's why I haven't backed out of this, because I think that there's a tremendous challenge to this. And I think that the challenge, walking into a shark den is very intriguing. And I think probably the first question that I would ask of Phil is, it seems like many of his detractors are former fans, are former viewers. Why do you think that is?
Okay, that's not true though. I can only speak for myself. I mean, I can speak for a few people, honestly, but that's not true. Early detractors were former viewers or even former friends. What happened is that those people ended up, those are OG detractors for the most part, not all of them, but some of them, ended up developing followings, or they were, let me finish my point, I'm sorry, because I jump ahead crazy like that. Some of the former, or some OG detractors, I won't say former, because I feel like once you're in this shit, you're in this shit for life. For life. OG detractors, like, saying those who came before all of us, essentially our forefathers, and mothers, possibly. Most of them, or at least some of them, were either former viewers or former fans of DSP. Then they developed followers when they decided to speak out against the bullshit, when they were being unjustly fucking banned from certain chats or his comment section or whatever the case may be, and they had to make videos to essentially get their opinions out there. those people ended up developing fan bases or viewer bases, and then that ends up kind of like trickling down. Like, I think I've told this before, but like, I didn't start off as a fucking DSP reviewer or any of that shit. I heard about him through the FGC. And I talk about the FGC quite a bit. Not an enthusiast or a savant or, you know what I'm saying, anything like that, but I enjoy listening about and hearing about the FGC, especially its history. I heard about his dumb shit through them. And then through them, I ended up finding Tevin, Theo, and Argent. And I ended up watching a lot of them. And then that eventually ended up leading me to Snort, Mr. Huff stuff. What was the dude's name? Marcus Daily Productions, David Davis. I can go down the list. And that led me to that. And then after a while, you know what I'm saying, I thought I had something to say, so I said it. And that was like my foray, and that's how I ended up getting on the that's when I first started getting on the court. If you will. You could say pickup games before I actually got drafted to a team. The point being is that's how some people came through. I can't say everybody was like that. A lot of people did follow DSP from his viewer days. Tevin did. Tevin, I don't know if Tevin was a fan, but he was certainly a viewer of his. Proper is another one. He said this publicly. He's someone who used to watch some of DSP shit too, and then, you know, it ends up progressing. A lot of people can say that. I wouldn't say, though, that everybody was a fan or everybody was a viewer of his. It's not the case. A lot of the reason why the detractor community is the way it is because they watch detractors. They watched other detractors and shit. And that's how it ends up going about. And that's how it happens a lot amongst locals. If nothing else, when you look at like Wings trolls, for example, a lot of them, I wouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them were former fans or viewers. I think they probably make a larger demographic up than us, but that's neither here nor there. And that's how that should fall. Look at Cobra. I don't think most of the guys over there were actual Cobra fans. I think Cobra's just a weird little guy, and people were interested in him. And like anything else, like any lolcow, if you prod them and they move, well, then you want to prod them again and see how you can continue to make them move or continue to direct them. That's why lolcows are lolcows. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about Chris Chan. I only heard about Chris Chan through watching other bigger streamers or other bigger YouTubers talk about him. That's how I found out about some of these other guys. And you could say that for the DSP community too. Because there's a lot of big guys or big content creators, streamers, and YouTubers, respectfully, who reference him. Especially if you follow some of the Facebook streamers. There's a few Call of Duty guys in particular. Those guys are not detractors by any fucking means. But they bring up DSP every once in a while too. You know what I'm saying? And they bring up their detractor of choice. So there's that. So I don't think I personally didn't think that was a fair statement to make. I get where he's coming from, but I don't think that applies to everybody, is what I'm trying to say.
The audience.
The pissed off people.
Yeah.
That
right.
he fucking took advantage of.
I would think the same
supposedly
thing.
took advantage of, you know? It's like, I don't know.
But from what I'm reading is they don't want it because they think he's just...
Sorry about that. I just realized it's jumping back a little bit. My apologies. I think I can fix that now.
Bullshit. Anyway, you know what I'm saying.
Well, if the question isn't satisfactory or the answer isn't satisfactory, then I'll ask them.
There's follow up.
Yeah, it's like I don't. You guys got to remember, I have a degree in journalism, right? I was taught how to interview people. I love interviewing people. Most of my interviews I've ever done throughout my career, they've been wacky and fun, but I think this is that's why I haven't backed out of this, because I think that there's a tremendous challenge to this, and I think that the challenge, walking into a shark den is very intriguing, and I think probably the first question that I would ask of Phil is, it seems like many of his detractors are former fans, are former viewers. Why do you think that is? Why is that? And I think that's a very fair opening question.
Yeah,
it's a good start.
This mod was apparently the person he doxed, from my understanding of it as well.
Right, and but I think that's a question that I think is reasonable, and it's a great starting point. And I would say, like just for those who are in the chat right now, who are his detractors, how many of y'all used to watch Phil? And I'm asking, just say like I did in the chat, because like there's obviously a severe amount of angst and anger there between that was damaged. There was a relationship that was there before, and now that relationship has been damaged severely, like severely. There's severe danger, and you know, whoever's fault it is, it's not mine to judge, but it is important to ask those questions, you know. And you see, like, so many people, I did. A lot of people raised their hands, right? And for those who never did watch him, why do you have that angst on Phil? If you've never actually watched him, why do you have that angst?
I don't think there would be this negative energy about him unless they were, you know, if they weren't his fans. I don't think it would be quite this fervent. You know what I'm saying?
I think they feel betrayed. Yeah, but at some 100%. Point, right? And I think.
Okay, wait. All right, wait. So you guys, and I have to say this, and I'm not going to try to generalize or anything, but have any of you not seen something online, and this is posed to anybody, that you just thought, you know what, that's a weird way of responding to a fucking situation. Why would he or she do that? And then you may go ahead and you may decide to follow up that day, or you may follow up a day or two later and be like, you know what was that? Let me go back and check what that is. And then kind of proceed from there. That's how I found out about fucking who did I find out like that? Oh, a lot of people now I think about it. But I'd say Amberlynn Reed. That's how I end up finding about that nonsense. Like, I mean, seeing a heavy-setted chick online doing mukbangs or mukbangs, or no, that's nothing new. But you doing a mukbang and then talking about how healthy you are and keep talking about this 89 point whatever pounds she said she lost, and yet you're so big that you can barely get through the door, was silly. I found that to be the silliest shit possible. But then when I looked at the people who were actually doing the content on them, a lot of them were funny, or a lot of them were entertaining. So that kind of kept me committed to it. Like anything else. Like, the first time I saw Tevin, I didn't binge watch his fucking catalog at first. It took a little while. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, he talked about this thing here. Oh, that's kind of interesting, I guess. And then after a while, because Tevin's so good at giving you history and giving you a backstory or whatever, he brings you up to speed incredibly quickly. And so it makes you want to go out and find more. And now I'm only speaking for myself on this, but it makes you want to go out and find more. And so, same thing with Argent. Like, Argent brings, well, he used to. He doesn't do so much DSP shit anymore. But he presents stuff in such a way that makes me want to go out and see more. Or makes me want to go out and find more. Same thing with Theo. And then you kind of just go from there. And then when you find that you can find a content creator who's not even consistent, but it is consistency though, that is consistent enough that they can give you a bit of this a couple of days a week, or whatever the case may be, or even a few days a week. It was just easy to fall into my routine. You know what I'm saying? It was really, really simple to do so. Just like with the people that I watch for sports, the people that I watch for history. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I don't fuck with too much television anymore. I mean, I can find everything I want to see on television online anyway. But YouTube has made up a pretty big part of my viewing situation for a number of years. It's convenient. You know what I'm saying? If there's a show that, or not even a show, but if there's a content creator that I want to watch, if they're posting, right? And if I can't watch it here or there, or right then and there, I'll just throw that shit into a playlist and whatnot, and then I can just listen to it in the background. There's a long period of time where I was binge watching SnortBucks videos and I wasn't actually watching it. It was just I was listening to it in the background, and it was because of it was because of me doing it that way that it made me I don't know if I'd say sensitive, or maybe it made me a bit more acute to the certain cuts that SnortBucks was using that came from, you know, one of DSP's Ask the Kings or whatever the situation was. So when I eventually ended up deciding to make DSP content myself, I had a pretty good idea of where to go back and find that stuff. It took a little bit of time, as anything does, but it opened the door for me, I should say, into not just watching it, but researching it. You know what I'm saying? It gave me a reason to be interested, and it continued to give me a reason to be interested. And then when you get to talk to other people and your peers or whatever, and it just kind of becomes this kind of perfect storm or whatever the case may be. Have I gotten angry at this content? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I've gotten a lot of laughs out of this shit too. Not because of DSP, because of the dumb shit that he said. Certainly. But DSP himself, truth be told, is not really entertaining. Nor the dumb shit that his antics are interesting, but DSP himself is not interesting. DSP represents, at least to me, the worst aspects of all of us. Like, there is something that I think most people, I can't say all people, but I think most people, or even some people, can see in Darksydephil that they don't like about themselves. So that makes that makes some of the animosity against DSP, it makes it understandable. And then because of that, it kind of, I can see how it becomes easy to kind of, not easy, I can understand how people can build a following, and how some of those people within that following can go ahead and start making their own content and then build a following and so on and so forth. And that's essentially what encompasses the DSP community, I think, at least in some way, shape, or form. You have people who watched other people's content that they liked, they enjoyed, they looked up to, or they felt some type of camaraderie with, whatever, and then eventually those people went on to do it themselves, and so on and so forth. DSP doesn't have that. He himself doesn't have that type of relatability. I don't do DSP content, or I didn't get into doing DSP content because of DSP. I got into DSP content because I had something to say after watching the people who did DSP content themselves and that I enjoyed. So, if that makes sense. But DSP himself doesn't have that. There's not really much to him. He's someone who's kind of sloshed his way through life and has been incredibly fortunate, or i.e. lucky, however you want to apply that. And you can understand how someone who gets up and who works hard every day, or spends a lot of their time going to school, or whatever the case may be, can hold a level of disdain for that. I don't think it's the resentment that DSP tries to make it out to be. I don't think that's true. I think that's him projecting. I think that leads back into the whole King of Hate moniker in itself. DSP needs people to hate him. He needs people to dislike him. He needs his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics to be on his neck, because that's the only way he can justify what he's doing and why people should support him. He doesn't even have enough faith in his own content that right there should be the draw anymore. It's, hey, these guys hate me, and they don't even have a good reason to hate me, and they're only just jealous of me, and so that's why you guys have to keep supporting me so I can stick around and I can stick it to them. That right there is something that I've said almost snort for snort that DSP used to say back on Twitch at one time or another. That us versus them mentality. But then he was scared on how that shit would hurt him in the public eye, so to speak. So he tried to back up off of it, because it was kind of a joke statement to make anyway. Now DSP's so goddamn paranoid that he needs to try to drum up as much sympathy as well as quote unquote goodwill as possible, so he can try to get himself to a wider audience. So as I said earlier on in this, DSP, I'm okay, not that it matters either which way, but I'm okay, or I'm fine with the side scrollers using DSP as a fucking stepping stone. DSP's just using them as a stepping stone. He will use them and their audience for whatever appeal he can to get himself back to the moist criticals and back to all those people. Because if not, then why the fuck is he even doing this? He doesn't even like games. He doesn't give a shit about... DSP does not like games. He doesn't give a shit about games. So why the fuck would he need to talk to any of you? You guys are really passionate about it. You guys really care. That shit comes out through your content, or what little I've watched. And I can admit that. watched a little bit of it. But DSP can't even drum that shit up on his own fucking podcast. It won't be long until you guys end up inadvertently exposing him on how much of a disdain he has, not just for gaming, but for the gaming community. It won't be long until that shit becomes a thing. And on a long enough timeline, DSP knows that. He knows that. He's hoping to use you guys to get him off into the, I don't want to call them normies, but to get him more established with a normal group or an audience. And hopefully a few people within that audience who have a main line to somebody else, and he can latch onto that. And he can latch onto that. And you can latch onto that. And you can call it all business or whatever. That's how you kind of climb the social ladder, if you will. Or whatever the case may be. But for DSP, it's more than that. You guys are all meant to be used. He doesn't see any value in any of you. It's this right here was a calculated risk. It's a level of desperation on DSP's part that he's even doing this interview with you guys. But he's incredibly paranoid of all of you too. And the fact that detractors have already spoken to you and you guys are actually taking what they say in and then actually seeing what they're presenting to you and being like, wow, damn, that actually did happen. It makes him even more wary. He's just too scared to back out now. Unless he does it at the very last minute. That's what it really comes down to. You're trying very hard to normalize him or even humanize him. And he's the furthest thing from it. It really is. And that's being in the vortex for a while when you come to that conclusion. But that's essentially my take on that.
That's understandable, right?
And I hope nobody gets the feeling that I don't find a lot of the things that he's been accused of morally wrong. I do. It's just I haven't seen necessary proof of a lot of the things, and the things that I have seen some proof of, a lot of times the way that the proof was gained was very hypocritical, and people would give people shit for doing that any other time. But because he's such a bad guy, then it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, my question is, what evidence that was presented to you in such a way that you feel is not on the up and up, or you feel that was underhanded, or whatever the case may be? Are you dismissing it because of that? Because of how it was obtained? Let's reword that. You haven't seen a lot of evidence pertaining to the claims that are made against him, against DSP. But the ones that you have seen, or the evidence that has been presented to you about other stuff, was gained in a distasteful sort of way, or an underhanded sort of way. So now you question. So now do we question the validity of the situation altogether now because it may have been underhanded or whatever on how the evidence was gained? I'm confused, because it's almost like, okay, it's almost like, hey, I can give you a fucking fantastic example. It's like how the police can legally lie to you when they have you in that interrogation room. Let me give you a quick example of a situation that was told to me. There was a guy who was in a car with like 3 other dudes, and one of them boys did something. They ended up getting pulled over because they didn't try to outrun the cops, and they all got taken in. The 3 guys, the one dude who actually did the shit didn't say anything. The cops told him that the 3 guys in the car said he did it and knew where the evidence was. He still stayed shut. He still kept his mouth shut and didn't say shit. They went to the other 3 guys and were like, yo, that dude right there implicated all of y'all. And he says you guys destroyed the evidence, whatever. I'm going to put all you guys away right now. And the other 3 were like, yeah, we want a lawyer. And the cops essentially just kept sweating them for a couple of hours as usual. And no one cracked. And eventually they end up letting it go. While all of this was going on, though, the dude who actually did the shit allegedly had his fucking apartment kicked in and whatnot by a concerned officer who thought they heard some type of rustling in that bitch and ended up finding the evidence that eventually ended up catching this cat. Ended up pitting the crime on him. The other 3 ended up getting off because they just didn't know. It is what it was. That's some really fucked up underhanded shit. But does that change the fact that the guy was guilty? I personally am not advocating for underhanded shit like that to be done to end up, getting evidence and shit to fucking obtain evidence. I'm not down with that. And that's essentially what ended up getting the guy off later on anyway. It was a non-violent crime, just to put it out there. So I don't want to make it sound like it's more menacing than what it was. But he ended up getting acquitted anyway. Funny enough. But anyway, he ended up getting acquitted. But I don't condone how they ended up getting the evidence. Even though the guy committed the crime, I don't condone how they got the evidence. But the guy still committed the fucking crime. So, with that being said, do we just cast off the accusations because we don't like how the evidence was presented to us? I'm asking a question. I'm legitimately asking a question. This isn't me mocking him or whatever the case may be. I'm just legitimately asking a question. DSP did such. You wanted evidence, as everybody does. You got the evidence, but you don't like how the evidence was obtained. So do we dismiss it? I'm not even saying that the guy is saying that, by the way. I'm not saying that this guy is saying, hey, we should just dismiss it because I don't like how the evidence was obtained. I'm asking, do you just dismiss it? Or does that change maybe the validity of the evidence because of how it was obtained?
I see a lot of folks in the chat will say, have you asked about, like, there's I guess a guy named Derek who was like a whale for his donators, somebody who donates a lot of money, and somebody pointed me to his Twitter profile, and it's filled with all sorts of like porn and things like that, and it's like, ooh,
must be a
Derek's not a whale though. I don't know if anybody could even accuse Derek of being a whale. Derek is not a whale. Derek is a degenerate, clearly, but that's not the knock against Derek. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Fuck that. It's not. That's not the knock against Derek. The knock against Derek is when DSP was on Twitch. Derek was using his parents' credit card to donate to Phil. Multiple times. Derek ends up getting caught and admitting that, hey, I did this. I won't be able to donate to you anymore. I'm sorry, Phil. Fucking insane. DSP says, okay, Derek, no problem. Derek starts reaching out to people, quote unquote, behind the scenes, other like regular stream chatters and donators in particular, and basically begs them to send donations periodically on his part or on his behalf. That's the situation with Derek. And then you can get into the whole degenerate shit about that fucking silly, crazy ass fucking playlist on YouTube with all the obviously questionable shit there, and then obviously him following all those porn stars and all the weird responses that he has to that shit, and yada yada yada. But that's the knock against Derek, but that don't make Derek a whale. It makes Derek a fucking pay pig, and a fucking criminal pay pig at that. And I say criminal, and I'm exaggerating, but to steal from your fucking parents to donate to Darksydephil is gonna gain you a special place in piggy hell. Or in lol cow hell for shit like that. That's ridiculous. But also, I should say this. Derek was young when he did that. Derek was really young when he did that shit. Which makes you wonder how many other people around that impressionable sort of age, if you will. He was in his like early teens, I think. If not younger, but I think he was definitely in his early teens. Because he's like 19, 20 now, I think. So he was definitely in his teens when he was doing that shit. How many other people around his age, if not younger, were doing the exact same thing? DSP was literally walking people through the steps on how to donate to him. So it didn't take long for Derek to figure it out. Something to think about.
This guy or something.
I guess. I don't know. But, it's tough, right? There's obviously I'll say this, like in any community, not every community has golden rays of sunshine in it, right? There's always dark, shady corners, right? And there's dark, and you're gonna like. I would like to think that every G2 in our community is awesome, but I'm sure that we have a couple pieces of shit. Let's just be real. Let's just be real. It just from a strictly odds perspective, right? You know, we have people from all across the spectrum that watch us, and I think that's amazing. Now, it's a matter of I think it's a matter of how you know, it goes back to the relationship you have with your audience, right? And the trust that they have with you, and that's something that is really important. You know, Adam talked about that, having that relationship with his audience, and the trust is associated with it. I think that with anybody who's been online, that's like paramount. And I think that's probably the biggest thing here is what caused that trust to break. What is it? Is it one thing? Is it because it seems like there's a ton of things here, and it's just a lot, man. It's just a lot, and I'm really I'm not intimidated by this challenge at all. I think this challenge is really exciting, but I do understand what I'm getting into. But like I said, the last thing that I would want to do is put you guys in harm's way, put my family in harm's way, just like anybody, you know, whether it's myself or Pokemon doing this interview or Drama Alert doing this interview. Like that's a question I wanted to ask. Like the Drama Alert guy, apparently he offered Phil $50,000 to do an interview, right? Like why did you not accept that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Keemstar's kind of a dick, but besides that,
right. So I don't know. Like I'm just gonna tell you, I'm gonna do my best. And
yeah, I can't wait to hear what DSP has to say about that shit too, because I mean he's gonna probably come up with some lame shit about his moral Christian values or whatever or all that bullshit, and it's clearly bullshit. Clearly, you didn't want to slum for Keem because in the same way that you didn't want Review Tech USA's fucking PC, you didn't want to feel like you owed anybody, which is ironic because you owe your audience every day. But going back to a previous analogy about how he put all this content out here and these people were indebted to him, DSP doesn't want to be indebted to anybody else, amongst other things. But that's really what it comes down to. He doesn't want to have to answer to Keemstar. He doesn't want to have to answer to another man who literally has him by the fucking purse strings. He doesn't want that. If Keem says the jump, he's going to have to say how high. And he has gout, so that's going to be painful. But that's one of the many things. There's a bunch of reasons on why he didn't take the money. A bunch. And it doesn't hurt anybody but himself. But because he thinks he can stand on his quote-unquote moral values, it only further justifies on why you brain-dead idiots over there need to continue to give me money. I turned down $50,000 so I could keep making the content that I want to make when I want to make it, and I can live with myself. So that alone should be enough reason for you guys to keep giving me money. That's me just shooting from the fucking hip, but I'm pretty sure I'm not too fucking far off.
At the end of the day,
expect your best.
Right, and at the end of the day, I'm going to do my best, and I know that my best isn't going to be good enough for some people, and I just hope that you accept that. But I'm going to ask the questions that I feel need to be asked. I'm going to talk with the people that I feel that want questions that need to be asked. So,
what has DSP been telling this guy? No one's going to crucify you, my guy. If this interview botch, no one's doing that. No one did that to Quarter Pounder. They said it was a boring ass interview. Go back to your box wine, and move the fuck on. And that's what he did. Holy shit! No one's gonna put you on some gouty altar and shit and fucking sacrifice you. It's not that serious. It's really not. But here's the irony. Isn't it ironic? Fucking Shawn Michaels' voice. He ain't got you wounded. DSP got you wounded up so fucking tight. Look at the fucking people on this podcast. Look at these 4 people. Usually cheerful people and shit. Look at how tightly he got you guys wounded up. And now it makes me wonder, what other email exchanges have you had and what else has he said to you? because that right there was just him laying down his terms to you and agreeing to come on to the show on the show. But it makes me wonder how many other email exchanges were made between you guys to lead up to this. And then you've made an emphasis on you don't want people to come after your family. Who was it that was up there? Shinko, I think, was one of the guys who fucking donated to you. That dude's not going to come to your fucking house, dude. Sorry, let me be serious. The dude's not going to come to your fucking house, dude, and fucking tie your fucking kids up. It's not going to happen. It's just no one's going to do that. It's not going to happen. And no one's going to go out of their way to fuck with your income if that's what you're worried about. Because you're putting a very strong emphasis on your family. No one's out to hurt you because you took on a situation that you couldn't handle. That's life. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens. It's really not that serious, but DSP's got you wounded up tight.
Provide me some leeway. I'm on nobody's side here. I'm not on Phil's side. I'm not on your side. The only side I'm on is Travis's side, Blab's side, Adam's side, and the G2 community side. That's the side that I'm on.
And that's fair, but I'm not asking you to be on their side either. I'm asking you to be on the side of truth. So I'm not asking you to side with detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. I'm not asking you to side with Phil. I'm asking you as a journalist to be on the side of truth. But I don't know if you're going to be able to do that if you don't know what you're looking for.
That's the way that I'm going to approach this thing. Because there are questions that need to be asked. So
I think you nailed. I think you said it all. I think I think we can move on.
I think so too. But like I said, I appreciate you guys popping in. I know you're passionate about it. I'm going to do my best to deliver as best I possibly can. So, all right, let's move on. Okay, so one of the fun things that we once again I appreciate. Oh, we had a lot of super chats and stuff too. Let me go and read those off before we get to patron questions. Patrons, thank you so much. We allowed our patrons an opportunity to ask us questions. I pulled out 3 or 4 of them, and we're going to answer those in just a second. But before we do, with 100 bits, Crazy T says, because you're, they got that. Travis came in trying to get a hype train going with 100, then 400, and then Jay Rome came in with 500 bits. Thank you so much. And then Travis again with 500 bits. Thank you, Travis. Appreciate that. American Infidel came in with a super chat talking about round-the-clock security to appear. Not on our show. He hasn't asked about that. GF Raptor fan says, sounds like this is going to be quite the prime time interview. Yes, it sure is seeming that way. What'll be interesting thing to see is like how many people drop off right now that we're moving on from this, that we're only here to listen to Phil. I'm kind of keeping an eye on the view count here. Hopefully you stick around and you want to watch a little bit more of the show in the podcast on a day-to-day basis, and you weren't just here for the Phil email. Evan came in with a super chat, says, personally, from stuff I've heard, can't say I like the dude, but always a fan of watching interviews that are more difficult as long as you don't compromise your integrity. Craig, bring it on, Craig, man. Right, and that's something I won't do. Vike says, watch his score and post stream. I promise I will watch everything. American Infidel says, you've made money off it. He hasn't. Winner. I wouldn't say we made money on it. I mean, just a couple super chats, but I wouldn't say we've made money off anything just yet.
Okay, so is that like a DSP coding for like, there's a certain amount of money that I consider making money off of it? If anybody donates you a fucking $1, you've made money off something. I'm just saying, like, that's just being honest. Also, yet again, you can kind of understand where he's coming from as it pertains to, hey, now that, we're done with the DSP emails and shit, how many people are gonna drop off or whatever. I hope you guys stick around or whatever, and they may very well come back. They might, some of them may consider that as such or whatever the case may be. And I'm not saying that he was trying to shame them or anything like that, but be easy about it. Let them know that they're always welcome here and whatever the case may be, and kind of continue to move forward. You know what I'm saying? I understand that everybody wants to grow their audience, for sure. This is not exactly the community to be challenging people on, but you know what I mean. I don't think he meant it that way, so I don't want to try to put it out there as such. It's gonna be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. It's not. I don't think it's gonna be great, but it'll be interesting.
He says, did you look up Craig's number? Well, yes, I did. Thank you, Speedy. Eric Brown says, Phil does this all the time. He wants to control the interview. I don't think that at any time in that email he talked about controlling the interview. I really don't. I think those are a reasonable request of like, hey, just make sure I'm safe, you know? So
yeah, I didn't hear anything other
And
than
I think
protect my
you'll be able to
family.
control the interview too, no problem.
right.
So,
Com came into the $5 direct donation, says, I'm aware of the DSP drama, but I don't understand why these detractors keep giving him attention, fueling Phil's streams and donations. If you got betrayed by him, why don't you keep if you got betrayed by him, why keep donating and giving him attention? I don't know. These are questions to ask everybody, for sure.
That's one thing, like the other day I said, I can't imagine hate watching somebody so much. I just can't imagine it.
Yeah. And Jay Rome came in with the 1,500,
which is fair. It is fair, but if it's entertaining, and I think that's the part that they're kind of missing. If it's entertaining, are you really watching Phil or you're watching a filter? You know what I'm saying? You know how fucking mind-numbing it is to sit there and go through just the pre-bitch podcast. Out of the, let's say, hour and a half to 2 hours out of that fucking show, if you want to call it that, there may only be, if you're lucky, there may be 20, 25, 30 minutes and whatnot. I would have to, I mean, Hate Army is probably a great example. Like, check out their channel, and the longest stuff that you find are probably some of the best bits. Or watch that, and then jump over to SnortBucks channel and see how they cut it up and what they take and what they don't. It all varies on the content creator. Aquateal's another one. Forbidden Math. You know, you can go down the list. But truth be told, out of a fucking hour and a half, 2 hour bitch fest, if you get 20 minutes of fucking anything out of that, then you're lucky. But you're not going to know until you go through it. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of commitment it requires to do this shit. I don't know if they're gonna actually do an interview with a detractor or whatever. But I'm sure someone like Agent Proper can break that down to them or whatever the case may be. There's a lot of nonsense you got to go through to get something that's of value. But truth be told, I also think that I won't say what someone should or shouldn't do, but well, no buts, because then I'm kind of just wiping away everything I said before that. It wouldn't be a bad idea if for those. There's some misconceptions that have been kind of made here. I don't think it's done maliciously, but there's some misconceptions here, and I think maybe having them or having maybe a couple of them on for like a small panel or whatever and kind of speak their mind and what their motivations are, kind of like what Nick Ricada did back in the day with LSB and Agent Proper. I think that would help kind of bring things into light, because there's a lot of well-spoken, very intelligent detractors out there, and so they can convey the opinion, I think, in such a way that even if they don't fully understand it, I think there's some common ground that can be met. To be honest with you, I think the fact that the way DSP tries to paint his namesayers is, truth be told, in a lot of the ways that some people in the gaming community paint him. DSP does not have a very good reputation amongst the gaming culture, to be honest with you. He really comes across, or he's painted in the way that he comes across, as someone who was just looking at profiting. He wasn't a fan of any of this shit. It was a means to an end. Kind of like how Rich is looked at amongst the tech community. He's kind of just someone who just kind of did this for profit. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of it's not really determined exactly how passionate he is about this, and that right there could very well come from his lack of commitment. But that's neither here nor there. So I think that's something that could be said or put out there, if you will. I don't know. I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
Yes, says, take this and may the host enjoy a nice treat on me. Thank you so much, J-Ro. Appreciate that. That's awesome. All right, let's get into some of these questions. Like I said, I appreciate everybody's patience as we make our way through, and let's go here. All right, where's our music? I was like, why did that not go? That's okay. All right. Questions from the G2s over at patreon.com/sidescrollers. Starting off first, we'll start with...
Okay. I had a lot to say. Give me a second. Kind of get myself together. Let me get another SnortBucks cappuccino put together. We'll reconvene for final thoughts, and I will let you on your way. And hopefully this goes up soon. And then the next one, which we'll be going over DSP's response to them reading his letter or whatever the case may be, his email. Hopefully I can get that out. Well, hopefully I can record it and send it to the editor before the actual interview happens. If not, it is what it is. You know me. I don't really put myself under no time crunch. Definitely not for fucking DSP. But being that this situation is a thing, I'd like to try to be prompt, I guess. I don't know. I'm a professional. I'm not a professional. So give me a minute to get squared up, and then we'll reconvene for final thoughts. Oh boy. What am I gonna play? What am I going to play? Oh no. Oh shit, I am distressed right now. Sorry, give me just a second. I could mute myself, but oh no, we got a real problem here. Holy shit. Huh. Oh no. I mean, I guess I could just have them edit the song over, but damn. I kind of don't want to do that. Alright, now I got it. Alright, I'll see you in a second. Okay. All right. Oh, by the way, because I've been meaning to speak on this, to the individuals who are asking, the person who does a lot of the graphics in the background, like as it pertains to SnortBucks, Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, Tim Snortons, and those intros or whatnot are done by Chio18. The link to their information, if you will, is down in the description. They have a YouTube channel. They have a Twitter. I'm not sure if they're on Twitch, but definitely have a YouTube channel. And they have a Twitter. And actually, now I think about it, SnortBucks Coffee also has its own Twitter as well. So anyway, you can find that down in the description. Big ups to Chio18. Thank you so very much. Okay, so now final thoughts. Final thoughts. Actually, I'm kind of rather just ended on giving big ups to Chio and then just stepping off. I got him. I'm okay with finishing the video like that. I'm sorry. I don't have any expectation going in on this. So my expectation isn't high, isn't low. I just don't have one. When the work is put out there, I'll get to the work, and that's pretty much it. Because I saw all of this. I watched this essentially when I watched it with you. I still hold to the opinion that you can't you can't just educate yourself on a lolcow in a couple days or a week, not without making some really deep dives. And I can respect his 12 hours or so, 12 hours plus, to be generous, that he has put into this, but it's just not enough. There's so much you need to go over. This community has been accused of gatekeeping over the years in plenty of different ways, and I think most detractors don't believe in that. The more people that can educate themselves on this and bring in a fresh perspective, the better. I can only speak for myself, but that's something that I've always tried to advocate. Not because of some fucking moral standpoint. It's just you need the more people that you have come in with an opinion, the better. And like I said, we all come from different walks of life. We all have different experiences and whatnot, and it's interesting to hear that. With that being said, Stuttering Craig and the side scrollers are really no different. They're not going to understand it all. They may not understand any of it. They may very well be sympathetic to DSP's bullshit or whatever the case may be. I'm not here to tell you what to do and what not to do. My general idea is attacking them, which none of you are going to do anyway, is pointless. To be honest with you, it is what it is. They poked their head in. They dipped they dipped their foot in to the abyss. They couldn't hang, and so they choose to step out. There's nothing wrong with that. Because we've seen a lot of good people who wade in too deep and lost themselves into this shit. It's a real thing. So let them do their best, and whatever happens, happens. To be honest with you, the lifeline that DSP is looking for, he's never going to get. It's not made available. He's burned too many bridges. He has been overly opinionative, if you will, against too many people who literally did nothing to him. It wasn't an accident that this happened. It wasn't an accident that he got ran out of the fucking FGC. It's not an accident that he got fucking ran out of almost every job he's ever had. At the end of the day, DSP has always been his biggest problem, his greatest detractor. You know what I'm saying? His greatest setback, and most importantly, his biggest failure. And though I've taken shots at his parents and whatnot, I've taken shots at his wife, taken shots at a bunch of people. I stand behind that. I did it. I'm not going to run from it. DSP has always been the core of his problems. His upbringing contributed to it, but he has chosen to keep doing what he's doing and with the belief that he has. Even when it's been thrown into his face that he's wrong, he'll still hold on to it for some lame sense of fucking ego, if you will. Because like I said, the man don't have pride. This podcast is going to be no different. He slips up once, whatever goodwill, not even goodwill, but whatever benefit of the doubt that these people were thinking about giving him will crumble. From what I see, though, these don't sound like the type of people or look like the type of people, not that looks mean anything, but they don't come across as the type of people that will call him out on it. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to associate yourself with people like that. You can just merely walk away. And though it is Stuttering Craig's podcast or whatever the case may be, truth be told, there's 4 of them. It's not 1. So if they choose afterwards that, you know what, we don't want to be associated with him after this or whatever, Craig's going to do what's best for the podcast and the people that's on it. So if DSP really thinks that this is going to be the new lick, it more than likely won't be. And even if he does make it past this moment and actually is brought on as a rotating guest or whatever, sooner than later he'll slip up on something gameplay wise or game industry wise or whatever that will expose him for the piece of garbage he is. He can only hide it for so long. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. And take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys for the next one, which will probably be a long one too, and whatnot. This is DSP News, always late, never breaking, unreliable coverage that you can't count on. A GTG Network and Productions. For myself, the Snort Report, SnortBucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company, and Hard Snorts. Take care of yourselves, guys. Later.